He may not look like a steam engine at all, but he is a right character to not mess with. You should never mess with him. He's a wise old street smart grandpa. Hello everyone, welcome to my Toby the Tram Engine live stream. Or should I say, good day mates? Because not only is this a Toby the Tram Engine live stream, but today in this stream we're also going to be talking about Australian trains. Mainly because I've really been getting interested in Australian railways ever since I voice climbed for Stuart Studios 5's upcoming film about its 1988 trip to Australia. So yeah, Toby the Tram Engine and Australian trains is the theme of this stream. Square train, yes. It is indeed square, Victor. Oh, no. Both Toby and the Indian Pacific are square, as a matter of fact. It is square. So... I know it is Paul Jones. Oh, you rarely come to my life. I know you've been on a lot of my, VHS reviews before, Paul Jones, but I think I've rarely seen you at my live streams, so welcome, Paul Jones. So, who have we got tonight? We've got welcome to the stream, Mr. George, Cinder, Paul Jones, James Lamont, Victor Vincent, A. Smith, James Lister, and Jacob. Now then, guys, I've got a couple things to say before we get into the meat of this stream. Same here, actually, James. So I've got a few things to say before this stream starts. Firstly, I want to heavily apologise to you all for not doing my Thomas and Friends Time for Trouble VHS review yesterday. Yes, we are, A. Smith. He is here, Victor. I can see you. Oh, come on, Henrietta. I can't really do a good Toby voice, but that's the best I can do, James. Jacob. So first things first, I must apologise for not doing my VHS review yesterday, my Time for Trouble VHS review yesterday. I've had so much else going on in my mind recently, such as the next episode of Redcliffe Railway Tales and my retrospective video. It just completely slipped my mind. And hello, MLP fan. So yeah, I'm very sorry for not doing... No, Paula Jones, I haven't. So yeah, I apologise for that. I apologise for not doing my Thomas VHS review yesterday. It just completely slipped my mind. But I promise I'll do it next Thursday. I absolutely promise. And I'll also order the final 3 VHSs that I'm going to review this year very soon as well as a couple other things that I need for the next episode of Redcliffe Railway Tales. So yeah, apologise for that. Cool, James. Very cool. Anyway, as for what we're actually going to be doing in this stream, so we're going to be driving Toby on the Thomas Roblox game. He actually goes a lot faster than I thought. And watching the Sodor's Finest video on him by the Unlucky Tug. And as for what we're going to do in terms of the Australian train side of this stream, I found a Roblox train game where there's a few Australian trains, so we'll be driving those. And we'll also be watching videos on Australian trains as well. Now then, guys. Now, the last thing I want to say before, I'll take your word for it, Paul Jones. Nice, Mr. George. Very nice. So anyway, the last thing I want to say before we get into the meat of this stream Oh, don't worry, Martin. We only started like 5 minutes ago. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I can too, Jacob. Anyway, so the last thing I wanted to say before we probably get into this is in 90 minutes time, just under 90 minutes. Hello FMPBBS, welcome to the stream. Nice, James. I saw in my subscription feed. In 90 minutes time, Luna's Castle is going to be premiering her Halloween special video, which Odd actually worked on with her, which is very cool. So hopefully Odd will be joining us at some point in this stream, just before and just after her video premieres. And maybe Luna herself could come for a little bit as well. We haven't seen Luna on my streams for absolutely ages. Victor, please do me a favour. 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Hang on. Oh, well, it was 8 PM my time, before now. I guess it's in 20 minutes. Hello, Not. Welcome to the stream. Good evening, Summer Rose. But yeah, okay then, I guess it is premiering in 22 minutes. But it was 8 PM my time earlier. By an hour. Okay. Alright, I guess this ain't a problem at all. Hopefully Odd and Luna will join us after this video. After her video premieres. I know, MLP fan, I know. But yeah, Victor, could you please do me a favour and ask Odd if he's gonna come to this stream after Luna's video premieres. Shit. I know. I'm alright, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm alright, Not. Hello, everyone. The great Kalinko, cool. Well, thanks, Victor. Cool, James. Yeah, I'm alright. Right, so while we wait, I'm gonna have Luna's premiere up on my iPad so I can watch it. Cool, MLP fan. But before then, we'll give Toby a drive. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention to you guys, Spyro is joining us as well. Say hello, Spyro.
Hello guys, nice to see you.
Yes. Yes, Spyro is right here with me. Okay. You hope it's going to be 7 minutes long? Well, it does seem like her most ambitious video yet, and also Odd did work on it with her. So hopefully it will be quite long, and I just love the film style poster she's done. Come on, let me teleport to. Yeah, the teleporter doesn't know what. Thank you. What the? Dude. And Toby's already here. Oh, we don't want him looking sad. This is his stream. There we are, much better. Oh, what's wrong with his eyes? Perfect. Oh, sorry, McJeffy. Hello, welcome. I'm so sorry, McJeffy. Right, notch 3. Oh. But let's put on Toby's orchestral, the orchestral cover of Toby's theme by Upside Now. Let's do this. Oh, Toby's theme is really good. What? It's possessed Call Drumming Chorus 1. What are you talking about, Victor? Spyro isn't a toy. It's not, he's not possessed. He just has his plush form to disguise the fact that he's actually a dragon. He just has his plush form to disguise the fact that he's an actual dragon. Oh yeah, the lyrical version of Toby's song. Yeah, I'm sure we will play that at some point. In fact, that might be a nice way. Oh, so damn good. Toby's so damn good. In fact, Toby's vocal song will be a nice thing to play to end this stream. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll end this stream by playing Toby's vocal song. And cheesy there. Get out of my way. Toby, What? Oh, sorry, not. Sorry, so sorry. Hang on. Oh, the desktop audio is louder than my mic volume. There we are. Yes. Yeah, I agree, it is not. Toby derailed, I know. Pull, this is the police, pull over now. I know, Mr. George. Yes, I am using UberDuck. Yes, I am using UberDuck, James. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the chats. Cool. Hang on, Ginty's blocking the tracks. This bit is so good. Hello Joshua, nice to see you, welcome to the stream. Has Odd replied yet, Victor? Oh Toby, show them what you can do. The world's much nicer. I know, Martin, whenever we see you. Toby, indeed, Joshua. Has Odd replied yet, Victor? Nothing's but goldies. Caravan. Actually, passes Thomas Wayne dead in the road. I know. It doesn't matter. We'll see him very soon. He's definitely going to be at Luna's premiere, especially since he helped her work on it. Could they please come and help Rise away? Now they're part of his family forever. I know, George. Thank you for understanding, Mr. George. Do. Right, we need to get 9 trucks because that's how many Toby had behind Henrietta in his golden days of his work when he worked on his old railway before he came to Sodor. I know, Joshua. I know it was. God, I never expected that to become such a popular phrase among my community. I think Joshua's been on our streams before, Martin, just not that much. Cool, MLP fam. Why is he your second favourite, and who's your favourite? Your absolute favourite? Toby's caravan on. Nah, no. Maybe, Jacob. We'll see. Introducing the all-new power drill, the perfect gift for your children. Nice to see you, Gwen the cat. 17 people watching. Cool. Where's the delete button for my truck? Oh, I hope someone doesn't steal Toby. Toby the cow engine. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Toby the cow engine I think would be a great YTP name for Toby. Oh, also guys, I forgot to say, Electro's not going to be here tonight because he's working on my dragon form that he said he'd be with us. But somebody will be here in his place, and I've got a feeling that it's most likely going to be his friend Saphira. But I do know that, but Rexy and Lily I'm sure are going to be here. It's the best toy ever! Maybe I'll do it. I might do it sooner, Jacob. We'll see. I still don't know when my reaction videos are actually coming back, but we'll see. I've got a lot to work on before I can bring them back. Bring them back. Come on. Where's the delete button on this truck? Where on earth is the delete button? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Would you rather have? I think I'd rather have a sex doll, to be honest. Big nut brown hair. They don't care how big they are, to them it's just a game. Those troublesome trucks will get them all the same. They don't care how big they are, to them it's just a game. The problem of just laughed. Ow! Ow! Maybe I can try and bash the truck out of the way. Oh well, I think there are some trucks we can pick up somewhere else. I'm singing the Troublesome Truck song from Thomas, not. Pizza is for dinner. My boy, lamb casserole is for dinner. Oh, I haven't poured my cider yet. Have we replied? Has Odd replied yet, Victor? Come on, open cider. Open cider. There we go. Just whimpered. That is very likely to happen, Summer Rose. Alright, again, doesn't matter. But I still hope we see him after Luna premieres her video. I don't know. I just don't know. Well, A. Smith, I wanted to try and couple up some troublesome trucks to Toby. It didn't work. I'm sure we'll find some trucks somewhere else. The economic innocent house, Burgesstown. Where the hell's that? Chuffer. Hang on, I can just put on Toby's normal theme. Hang on. Here we go. This is a nice rendition. This is a nice rendition of Toby's theme. No, I didn't, Paul Jones. I'm probably not going to until after the stream. Toby the cow engine. Or we can nick Thomas's trucks. Perfect, we can nick Thomas's trucks. Well, some of them anyway. We can nick Thomas's slate trucks. Oh, he's sad, he's derailed. Perfect, we can nick his truck. We can nick Thomas's trucks. What the frick? How did I not couple up? Boy, couple up. What the hell? Why can I not couple up? Hello Earthworm, welcome to the stream. Why can I not couple up? Oh, thank you. Yeah, we'll delete the derailed one. The best derailed. Delete the derailed one. I know, Paul, I know you do. Yeah, we'll nick Thomas's trucks. Where will I go? We gotta find a place to run around these trucks. Your Toby theme? Oh, sure thing, Earthworm. Sure thing, Earthworm. Front uncouple. No, because it completely slipped my mind, Summer Rose. I've already explained that to everyone. I'm so sorry. Okay, I think it... Toby the cow engine. Toby the cow engine bullies Upsy Daisy. That sounds like a great name for a bull for a YTP of bull's eyes. Toby the cow engine. Poof. They're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8. They're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8. Shunting trucks and hauling freight. Pull. Okay, here we go. Front uncouple. I know, Jacob, I know. I promise it'll happen next Thursday, Summer Rose, I promise. Okay, perfect. What the hell's Stepney doing? Is James Lister still here? James Lister hasn't chatted for ages. Is he still here? In a minute, Earthworm. As soon as I've coupled up, I've coupled these trucks up behind Henrietta. I think we can... Oh, and we'll get that tanker over there as well, because why not? Why not? Cool, James, cool. Come on, push! God damn it, why won't you move? Okay, we'll get a run up. Swedish car into Spanish. Oh, fine. Can't really do much else at the moment. Oh, hang on. Spanish translator. Oh, what's this gonna be, James? God damn it. Anyway, Earthworm, you wanted me to play your rendition of Toby's theme. No problem. Where is it? Here. Where is it? Where is it, Earthworm? Hang on. Maybe it's in a playlist. Thomas theme recreations. Evening, Hoops fan. A lot longer, Jacob, actually. The James theme was the stream was only 2.5 hours. It's going to be a lot longer. Pretty much, Bill Bricks, pretty much. Welcome to the stream. But Luna's premiere is happening in 3 minutes. So, Victor, you're probably going to need to go soon, aren't you? Doesn't matter. And I expect, like, half of you... Here it is. And I expect, like, half of you will defect to odds. Luna's premiere as well. Alright, let me bring up her video first things first. I'm not gonna bother running and getting my headphones for Luna's premiere. Right, here we go, Earthworm. Oh, this is a surprisingly good cover. It feels a lot more nostalgic than SA Music's recreation. Push! Than SA Music's recreation, Earthworm. Come on. Yeah, this is pretty good, Earthworm. This is really good. Yeah, pretty surprisingly good. But careful and wise, his coach is Henrietta, and she's seen better days. His mind keeps returning to the good old days, when they were busy working every day, but nobody rides with them. Cool, James. Okay, looks like Victor's disappeared to Luna's premiere now. You're welcome, Earthworm. You're welcome. Oh, there's Tom Tipper's van. I didn't even realise it was there. Oh, there's that. Oh, hang on. Oh, I'll play that part for you. Very good. Oh, Luna's premiere is starting now. Hang on, I'll turn it down. Yeah, it is. It is lovely and calm, not. Oh, and that bit as well. No. Skip boobs. No, I haven't, Hoops fan, but I most likely will at some point. Oh, the Railway Series theme as well. Cool. In fact, Earthworm, I'm gonna save this playlist. It looks pretty damn good, this playlist. I'll probably save it to I'm not gonna download it because that'll take up too much space on my on my phone, but I am going to save it to my library. Oh, Gordon has seen it. All this cover of Gordon's theme is seems pretty damn good. In fact, I think I might use this rendition of Gordon's theme in the Redcliffe Railway Tales Christmas special for a flashback sequence where Helen worked on the Great Eastern Main Line. Oh, James is travelling theme. This is nice. I know we're going off topic a bit, guys. Technically, I have Mr. George, but it was also themed to The Matrix. I wasn't satisfied with how much I covered Gordon in that stream, so I may do a properly dedicated Gordon stream at some point. Oh, the premiere's starting now. Oh, a nightmarish version of Luna's Castle's opening. Why have you retracted all those messages, Paul? Do I like Sony? I suppose, Paul. Of course I was, James. God, that's so smooth. And as predicted, everyone's defected. Half of my viewers have defected to Luna's premiere. Oh, joy. I knew this would happen. What note? Thomas movie ranking. I'm probably not going to do that, actually, Summer Rose. It's alright, Martin. He's not annoying me. Chuffer, 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 chuffer. She's I think she may have disappeared, McJeffy. Sony Pictures animation? Not sure, Paul. I suppose that would be cool, Jacob. Martin, I don't know if I saw, but, I don't know if you saw, but, Electro won't be joining us tonight, but somebody else will in his place. One of his friends, most likely. But Rexy and Lily should be joining us. My cooker's an electric cooker, and I do prefer electric. Sorry guys, just a minute. Oh, Gwen the cat's a male user. Oh, okay. It's just that Gwen is usually associated with female names. Oh, alright. Martin, it's alright, Martin. He's not annoying me. Sorry, I'm still watching it. No, he isn't, George. Oh, something's happening. Okay, Luna's video's just finished. Okay, Luna's video is just finished, guys. Welcome back, I'm a Pig fan. Okay, guys, everyone should be returning now, because Luna's premiere is just finished. Scratch your bum or your boobs. I know, Summer Rose. I'll have my ear defenders for next week's stream. Donald's dumb. No, it isn't, Jacob. Oh, and it was also Luna's longest video in a while. Slightly longer than her, well, just a little shorter than her second hypnosis video, but still pretty long one. I don't know, Mr. George, but I do get a lot. Okay, I'm kind of done with Toby for now. But we will get back to him, I promise, guys. Anyway, guys, I'm going to quickly run to the loo. Then we'll do that game where I found those Australian trains. And then we'll probably show you that video of the Australian trains. And then I'll show you all then I'll show you all that Sodor's Finest video on Toby, and then we may come back to driving Toby later in the stream. We'll see though. And now that Luna's video's premiered, hopefully we will see Odds very soon, in like half an hour, once he and Luna have finished chatting. Anyway, guys, I'm just gonna quickly run to the loo. Then I'll get that other game up. I'll be back in a minute. And I'm back. Let's see what's been happening in the chat. I know, Summer Rose, I know. Victor doesn't seem to have returned. Cool. I know, James, I remember playing that game. Oh, welcome back. Oh, there you are, Victor. I was wondering. No, I haven't, McJeffy, I know. I know, Victor. Anyway, I know that Odd and Luna chat for a bit after each premiere. So do you think Odd's going to join us once they've... And Luna as well, for that matter. Do you think they're going to join us once they finish chatting, Victor? I think he's joking, George. Anyway, let's get this up. I'm a little hot tonight, guys. Yeah, when I was younger too, James. Oh, I see, McJeffy, I see. Oh no! Odd hasn't been on one of my streams for ages. Odd hasn't been on one of my streams for ages. He didn't come on the previous 2 streams. The longest besides the 12-hour stream, Summer Rose. Tomat. Can't you ask God and ask him if he's gonna come on, if he can come on for just, like just 15 to 30 minutes, Victor. Can't he just come on for like 15 to 30 minutes? We'll spawn it at Northwell. I know, Mr. George, I know. Cleveland. Well, besides that, Victor. Well, besides the Romney Highland Gym Church stream, Victor, he hasn't been on one of my Friday streams for ages. Can't he just come on for like 15 to 30 minutes? He hasn't been on for ages. This isn't actually the train I drove when I was testing earlier, but I've decided to choose this Australian train because it's faster. Right, let's go. I know, Mr. George, I know. Oh, going a bit fast. Right, so we'll pick up passengers from Northwell. Please do, Victor. He'll still be, I'm sure he'll still be talking with Luna. They usually talk for a while. I don't know, Lucas. Cool, James, cool. Welcome to the stream. Oh, there's a TGV there. Only one passenger going to Bridgewater. Hopefully Electro's friend and Neon will be joining us later. Oh, the Crocodile Loco. Let's go. Queensland Rail. Say hello. I have no idea, James. Kilometers an hour. Shit! Brake! Cool. Oh, great, Victor. Great. A few minutes. That's better than nothing at all. Few minutes, that's better than nothing at all. Yeah, takeaway. What kind of takeaway, Gwen? For a few minutes is better than nothing at all. I guess he'll be joining us very soon. How come you've been... Right, onwards we go. I can kind of see what you mean, Jacob. Yeah, hello, Lucas. I'm sure I guess Odd will be joining us any second now. Right, next stop's... Oh, shit. Next stop's Victoria Fields. 9 minutes exactly, Odd. Alright. Welcome to the stream. How come you're feeling tired, Odd? So how come you're feeling tired tonight? Yeah, it is nice to see you, Odd. So how come you're feeling tired tonight? I know I don't usually ask you. I know I said I wouldn't ask you this anymore, but I'm only asking you because I want to know why you're tired. What have you been up to today? How come it's been a very tiring day for you? Okay, passengers are now loading. The human body be like that. Okay, understandable. It's no problem, Odd. But one question I wanted to ask you. Sometimes it's hungry, sometimes it's tired. Oh, just Gwen. All right, no problem, Gwen. Sometimes it's hungry, sometimes it's tired. I know it is, Odd. Same old, I know. Yes, I have, James. I have. Cheese to you too. Anyway, so one question I've been wanting to save for you for tonight's stream, Odd, is for ages now I've been wanting to know what the name of the text font you use for all of your video thumbnails and basically the font you use for whenever there's text in your videos. I've only ever seen that font in your videos, and I feel it's a pretty cool font. I feel it's a very fitting font, text font for you. So what's it called, Odd? The name of the text font you used? Because I may try using it. Ah shit, got a break. Okay, Odd. What's the name of it? I've only ever seen it. Oh, goodness, Gwen. Faster. Well, they're good for the time, aren't they, James? So what's the font called, Odd? So what's the font called? How many passengers do we have for Spring Hills? Quite a lot. I don't know, Jacob. I have no idea, Jacob. Stop. So what's it called, Odd? Oh, where is he? Ah, God. Oh, for goodness sake, I accidentally closed it. God damn it. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, Victor, but he's probably gone to, but he's more likely he's gone to, more likely he's, I asked him what the name of the text font he uses in his videos is, and I think he's gone to look it up. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he has keeled over and fallen asleep. Oh, here he is. Cooper Black. Cooper Black, okay. Let's see if it's, Oh, God. Can you just try and peel open your eyes? Okay. Peppa Pig is yeah, he absolutely is. She absolutely is, James. Okay, 24 people watching, cool. Peppa Pig is a bitch. She is indeed, Jacob. Why do you know? Most likely because he looked it up and he wondered himself and looked it up, odd. Isn't the word, it's slut. Yes, she is, James, she is. Cooper Black. Let's see. Yeah, that does, yeah. That does look like the font. I know you do, James. Yeah, that is the font. That is indeed the Odd Dragon font. But why did you decide to use that font in particular, Odd? What is it about that font that, but why did you decide to use that font in particular for all of your videos? I haven't seen it, anywhere else. I've never seen it anywhere else. Why that font in particular? Turn your brain on. Where did you get that specific font? Evil Gwen squad member. Yeah, I accidentally closed this. Bring back the Australian train. Spawn. So where, oh yeah, and Spyro has something to say to you, Odd.
Nice to see you. To see you. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it is nice for Spyro to see you. He's right here. So why that font in particular? Oh, you gave it to him, did you, Victor? Oh! So you downloaded it and gave it to him, Victor? Oh, alright. Oh, I see. Understandable, MLP fan. But why that font in particular, Victor? Why did you give him that font in particular?
Nice to see you. Odd.
Cool.
Nice to see you. Odd.
Yeah, it is nice for Spyro to see. Odd. Right, into the station. I know, Odd, I know.
Nice to see you. Odd.
Alright, Spyro, Odd is still here. I think he heard. I'm not sure about uploading the green buses to have intro tonight. Cool, well, cool either way, James. Well, your sister's an uncultured swine, George. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but it's the truth. You have a lot of fronts. You asked for one, and you were like, how about this one? And boom, done. Well, nice either way. He just liked the look of it, did he? Well, understandable. Well, here it is again, Odd.
Nice to see you. Odd. Nice to see you. Odd.
Yeah, Spyro's saying hello to you. Spyro's saying hello to you, Odd. That's what I was playing. 100 kilometers an hour. I know, Summer Rose, I know. Oh, as this is partially an Australian train stream, Odd, I probably should have said, good day, mate. I probably should have greeted you by saying, good day, mate. Hey, Lamb, look, I'm Picasso. I don't get it. You uncultured swine. What are you looking at, you hockey puck? Ah, shit. Going a bit too fast. Break. Coming into the station. Spyro's got smoker's lung. Yes, he has. Anyway, more than 11:10 have passed. And yeah, sure. Good day and Gesundheit. Okay, Odd. Well, thank you for coming for 10 minutes. Even if it was only for 10 minutes, I'm grateful you came at all, as you haven't been on my Friday streams for a while. I know you must be pretty exhausted if you literally dozed off while watching my stream. But thank you, Odd. Thank you for coming. Hopefully I'll see you. Hopefully you'll be able to stay for a lot longer next week. Hope you have a good night's sleep, Odd. Spyro's got smoker's lung. Anyway, more than 10 minutes. Now 11 minutes have passed. Good day and Gesundheit. I'll be off. No problem. Thank you for coming. I'll see you soon. You are a motherfucking toy. Hello, Hattie. Idiot. Oh, cool either way. Very cool, very cool. Hang on. I think I overshot the platform. I wonder when Electro will be joining us. Or whoever his friend is. Thank you, Jacob, thank you. Is Victor still here? Victor Vincent? Is Mr. Victor Vincent still here? Let's break his rocket. Right. Onwards. Queensland Rail. You are still here, Victor. Cool. I do, but I've never watched it, Paul Jones, and I have no interest to. Subscripting? You mean subscribing? Ah, shit. Ah, shit, there's a train. Queensland Rail. Shoot it down. Well, one of the reasons, Summer Rose. Not the only reason, but one of the reasons. What? Kilometers an hour. Commuter train. You're going down, Lex. Oh, shit, I'm gonna stop. Station. Cleveland. No, look out, it's the crazy frog. Run.
Where could Electro's friend be?
I don't know, Spyro. I just don't know. Be patient though. Be patient. I'm sure you'll be here soon, Spyro. A smoker's lung. Spyro's got smoker's lung. Let's go. Go. Queensland Rail. I'm gonna ask Electro if his friend's coming to the stream soon. Okay, I gotta slow down. Sorry guys, I'll catch up with the chat in a moment. Just gotta slow down. Change the points. Change the points. Wait, oh no, I did this mistake before. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Didn't mean to go on this dead-end track. Shit. Okay, now I'll catch up with the chat. Sorry, bring up the chat again. We're watching a creature and there's no stuck making out we're stuck in a loading screen. It's Lex Luthor. It's the crazy frog. Run. Right, in we go. Shit. Into the station we go. Shmee, sucky bones, look what you've done to me, bloody sharky bones, look what you've done to me, bloody shit, man. Into the station. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack, click, clack. This... No, it's not going to be super true. It's a bit cringy, James. Still here, he hasn't chatted for ages. Ooh, very distorted. The music's going all distorted. Cool, A. Smith. Hello, hello. Oh, you are still here, Victor. Cool. Hello, awesome VHS channel. Welcome to the stream. Let's put the... move this. Cool, Victor. Very cool. You're still here. Right, onwards we go. It's you. I mean, I have to fly through these fucking waves. Cool. Bane, look what you've done to my bloody living... My bloody flat, man. Bane! Oh, hang on. Oh, I made this mistake before. There's a new track that, goes that way. Gotta go. They do actually build bricks. And welcome back, by the way. I see you haven't chatted for a while. Welcome back. Here we go, bitches. Round the bend, Queensland. Oh shit, I'm gonna overshoot. I'm gonna overshoot! Or am I? No, I'm not. Thank God. 38 passengers disembarked. Nice. Queensland. Queensland. Thank you, Jacob. These Queensland rail trains look a little bit like the Class 323s in my country. 3 cars, curved front. They're not exactly like them, but they do remind me of the Class 323s. Oh, is that what, Oh, is that what, Oh, is that what, Is that why it's so bad, James? I didn't know that. I am indeed Saphira, and welcome to the stream. I somehow knew it would be you who was joining us in Electro's place. He must be very busy. Well, welcome to my channel, Saphira. I must say, you look stunning, and I am on top of things, Saphira. Ah, shit. I was wondering if Electro was going to be the one drawing your profile picture. Seems a little too detailed to be one of Electro's. To be one of Electro's though. Yeah, I know he's I know Electro's busy working on my dragon form for my profile pic. Very well. Anyway, Saphira, very nice to see you. But what does the VT in your name stand for? However, and I'm glad to meet you. I know, Saphira. Electro did tell me. Well, very nice to see you. Well, right now, Saphira, I'm driving some Australian trains. Bum. Brum the bum. Oh, what the frick? 4 words. Is Victor Vincent still here? Is Victor Vincent still here? Old veteran. So does he consider you a war veteran then? Does he consider you a war veteran then? I'd like that. I'd like that, Bill Bricks. I'd like that. Oh, and I have a friend. I've got a friend with me who wants to say hello to you. Okay, I think Victor's disappeared. I know, Saphira. And your profile picture looks a little too detailed to have been done by Electro, but I was wondering if he did do it, if he was the one who drew your profile picture. No, no, Mr. George, it's Saphira, completely different. Favorite LNER locomotive? Not sure. But I am hoping to hear from Electro, from from Virtuous World tomorrow. From his first day, from his week in Virtuous World tomorrow. I am hoping to hear from him from his first day in Virtuous World tomorrow. Favorite LER locomotive? The A3, the A1/A3s, no question. He's not skilled enough to draw me in that detail. I know he isn't. He must have just found a profile picture of your of another dragon. Or is that a photo you took of yourself, Saphira? Nice. Yeah, but I do hope you'll give Electro's channel back to him tomorrow once he arrives in Virtuous World. I do hope we also see Neon at some point later on in this stream. I won't, Saphira, I won't. I'm sure he will one day be skilled enough to draw you in that detail, though, Saphira. Oh, Donkey, look what you've done to me, bloody swamp man! Yeah, I do hope you'll give Electro's channel back to him once, Yeah, I do, Bill Bricks. Once, when he arrives, before tomorrow when he arrives in Virtuous World. I honour my word. Electro is the only one other than Aragon that treats me like a true friend. Is that to say you have no other true friends besides Electro, Aragon, Rexy, and Lily, Saphira? That is a little sad. Well, again, Saphira, I do hope to hear from Electro tomorrow once he arrives in Virtuous World for his week there. Ash, forgot to change the points. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jacob. I keep forgetting. I am so sorry. Spaghetti! Do we not have any other friends? I definitely prefer Interstellar. I did find Interstellar quite pretentious, and I wasn't a fan of its climate change allegories, but of those three, I do prefer Interstellar. Anyway, Saphira, you have unfortunately missed my good friend Odd. He was only here for 10 minutes because of how tired he was. He was only here for 10 minutes because of how tired he was. An alliance sort of respect than friendship. Alright, Saphira. Yeah, you have unfortunately missed Odd and Victor, two Danish friends of mine. Which is unfortunate. Because he eats too much spaghetti. Because he eats too much spaghetti outside of these streams, James. Oh, sorry, Bill Bricks. I thought you said The Dark Knight Rises. No, I would put The Dark Knight above Interstellar. No, I would put The Dark Knight above Interstellar, Bill Bricks. but I put Inception above The Dark Knight. You made an appearance in one of his videos. Made an appearance in one of his videos. I've got to remind myself which one. Oh yeah, I also wanted to find out what text font Odd uses, so that's why there's this here, Saphira. Yeah, I just want to remind myself what video that was. It'll be in his unlisted. It's in one of his old videos, so it'll be in one of his unlisted videos now. Yeah, you have unfortunately missed him, though, to meet him for the first time. Will Rexy and... I hope Rexy and Lily are going to be joining us soon as well, Saphira. I would like to see them tonight. Was it this one? It was this one, wasn't it? There you are. There you are. There you are, Saphira. Refuses to admit the movie exists. Oh, Agalasia is, so is Agalasia, so is Agalasia, I forgot Agalasia was the name of the world where Aragon takes place. I forgot that was the name of it. Of Beowulf. Yeah, I do kind of agree with that actually, Bill Briggs. CGI definitely wasn't the best. All he does is play hopscotch. I forgot that was the... In that case... Alagasia is a very dangerous one when it was controlled by Glaberntrox. I know, he's like your world's equivalent of Darth Vader. You didn't know about the film. You didn't know about the film, I forgot you were from Aragon. I forgot you were from Aragon, Saphira. Yes, I did, Saphira. That was odd. But he's had to go to bed. But also Victor Vincent, he seems to have disappeared as well. It was odd, Saphira. Oh, and Neon as well. No problem, McJeffy, no problem. Yeah, I do agree with that, Bill Bricks, but Spider-Man 3 definitely overused CGI too much. In fact, it was 3 friends, actually, Victor. Odd, Victor Vincent, and Neon, who should be joining us at some point. I also hope that Rexy and Lily will be joining us. But yeah, this is the film, But yeah, this is the film you were in, Saphira. Unfortunately, Saphira, despite Aragon the film being a financial success, grossing 250 million worldwide on a budget of 100 million, it received very negative reviews from critics, with 16% on Rotten Tomatoes. And it was considered one of the worst films of all time. I'm sure he is indeed, Saphira. Understandable, James. So yeah, very unfortunate that the film based on your book, the book you're in, is considered one of the worst films of 2006. It is pretty sad, Saphira. They filmed in some beautiful locations, though. No, Saphira. No, Saphira. Rotten Tomatoes is a website. Is a website that judges films. We even get change. 16%. Really not great at all. An epic fantasy brought down to earth by unconvincing world building and a literary of stars who seem bemused by the material. Yes, Saphira, website. Oh yeah, Stormbreaker. The Alex Rider book Stormbreaker. I actually kind of liked the Alex Rider book Stormbreaker. The actor who played Alex in Alex Rider, Alex Pettifer, was also considered for the role in Aragon. But yes, Saphira, you were indeed in a film, in your own film. So it's cool that Electro can travel to your world. It's cool that Electro can travel to your world. Fun Glob. All hell the great colour ho. Nice MRP fan. That would be cool, Jacob. I think that would be cool. Medical Venice. Cleveland Lids LCI. I know, James, I know. A Lion and the Bear horror movie. Oh my god. Just imagine. The technology in your reality is far outclassed the technology in Alligator. I know, Saphira. I wish our technology could be brought into your world, though. I know, McJeffy, I know. But yes, Saphira, will Rexy and Lily be joining us at some point? Cool, SpongeBob. Hello, SpongeBob. And hello, Patrick. Welcome to the stream. That train's jumping a bit. The nautical and nautical nonce. Yes. Hallelujah. What is the phenomenon you're looking at? This Saphira is what my channel name is named after. This Saphira is called a train, and it's one of my favourite things on the planet, and it's one of the best things about my reality. I know, I will be found. I know. It's one of the best things about my reality. It can get people anywhere incredibly quickly at very fast speeds, and it runs on these rails here. Oh, we do have horses in our world, Saphira. We do have horses in our world, Saphira. But 200 years ago, trains replaced horses, basically. Horses did do all of the heavy work before trains, but then in the 19th century, steam trains came along. Trains weren't like the one you're seeing now initially. Before electric power was invented, trains were powered by steam. In fact, Saphira, and I have been wanting to do this at some point in this stream. Actually, but first I'll show you, Nice to see you again, Martin. Look what you've done to the bloody Death Star, man! But this is what trains looked like when they, this is what trains looked like, not long after they were first invented, Saphira. You prefer travel the old-fashioned way, in the air? Well, we can fly, understandable, Saphira. In the stratosphere, oh, alright. Well, we can fly here as well, Saphira. But we have aeroplanes. So this is how we fly in our reality, Saphira, with aeroplanes. I personally don't like travelling on aeroplanes, though. It's such a massive hassle. I get the appeal of flying. I totally get the appeal of flying. But personally, I'd rather have my own private jet. My own plane that I can fly myself. Or, best of all, a jetpack. My God, would I love to have a jetpack. Then I'd be able to fly exactly like you, Saphira. Exactly, Mr. George, exactly. I'm just showing Saphira what trains are. Anyway, onwards. Yeah, and trains have horns as well. Not dragon horns. Horns as in... horns to let them know they're coming. The particular train we're driving now, Saphira, is Australian, because we're themed to, because this stream is themed to Australian trains. What does Saphira? What does Saphira? Trains or planes? What looks intriguing, Saphira? Trains or planes? I've overshot the platform. Ah, oh, god damn it. Back it up. Back it up. Exactly, James. Yes, exactly. There should definitely have been a Battle Hawk. Yeah, there should definitely have been a Battle Hawk Kitty Rise, James. I don't want you to say the Toby's. Change that channel now. Backing up. One of the Terrorhawk spaceships next to Zero the Zeroid. The train looks interesting. The planes don't look nearly as traditional as my flight. I know, Saphira. I completely get what you mean, and personally I prefer trains. So this is what trains first looked like when they were invented. And then, 100 years later, in the 1920s, this is what trains looked like. These big, powerful express locomotives that could go 100 miles an hour. And this is basically what trains look like today. Big electric-powered, very powerful locomotives. Can regularly reaching 125 miles an hour. Allegasia should definitely get some trains of its own, Saphira, I feel. Onwards. Ah, shit. Oh, hello, Gage. Nice to see you. So do you think Rexy and Lily will be joining us soon, Saphira? Oh, yeah, and, oh, yeah, well... And if Electro can travel to Allegasia, if Electro can travel... See, there is a name in this title. Oh, Toby's a tram engine. A steam engine that also looks like a tram. This stream is also themed to Toby the tram engine. He's got cow catchers and side plates on him. And he's built to run along railway tracks sunk into the road. To protect himself from people and cars. He's got these cow catchers and side plates to protect himself from cars and things. Next to where the person riding sits, James. Actually, no, on a perch behind No, actually, James, on a perch behind them. No, he isn't electric. And actually, Saphira, if you asked Toby if he was electric to his face, he would be offended. Toby is a steam tram. Toby's a steam tram. Saphira, is it electric? Asked Bridget. Whoosh! Hissed Toby. Shh! You've offended him. Yes, I do remember that, Martin. Buck, look what you've done to the bloody castle, man. Get up here now and fix it. Any more shots? No bonus shots, James. But I did start filming season 2, episode 12 a few days ago, James. And I did do a bit of filming for it today as well. Cool, MLP fan. But yeah, Saphira, I'm wondering if Electro can travel to Allegasia. I'm wondering if he can also travel to Pyrea through if he can travel through a vortex to Pyrea. I'm also wondering if he can travel through a vortex to Pyrea, where the Wings of Fire series takes place. I feel like someone in Allegasia called me a giant cat behind my back. You're not a giant cat, Saphira. Mr. Sabatini, look what you've done to my bloody shut man. Oh, you mean episode 12? Yes. But yes, James, I did do some filming for the next episode of Redcliffe Railway Tales yesterday. And today, over the past few days, and today as well. Yeah, Pyrea. I have recently been getting interested in the Wings of Fire series, Saphira. Clay, Tsunami, Glory, Starflight, and Sunny. The 5 Dragonettes of Destiny. I feel you should I know you don't have trains in Allegasia, Saphira. But as you find trains intriguing now, you definitely should learn more about them, I feel. No, Saphira, I'm not in a bad temper at all. I was just doing some acting. I was just acting. I was just quoting Toby when he first met the Fat Controller and his children. I don't think you're an infant, Saphira. I haven't seen the Aragon film in full, but I have seen clips of it, and you do seem like an adult dragon in it to me. I know, James, because I like showing off my stop motion animation work. I haven't seen any scarecrows around for Halloween. What do I use to make Redcliffe Railway Tales? To edit, I use Cyberlink Audio Director for voice recording, for dialogue and music recording, and Cyberlink Power Director 365 for editing, James. Your trains are far too ahead of... Well, understandable, but I do feel you should learn about them more. I know, MLP fan, I know. Well, these are the Dragonettes of Destiny, Saphira. These are the main characters in Wings of Fire. Clay, Tsunami, Glory, Starflight, and Sunny, in the order they were the main characters in their books. I'm just thirsty planetary. In just 30 planetary rotations, I went from an infant to an adult. Oh, but age-wise, you are still a dragonette, Saphira. Interesting. 2 months, actually, Mr. George. Well, okay, a month, I know. How do I use the stop motion in Reckless Fairy Tales? Well, I take each photo of the stop motion, then I set each frame to show up on screen for like a millisecond each in Cyberlink Power Director. Basically, I edit the photos I create the actual stop motion animations with the photos via Cyberlink Power Director, James. You'd need to make the rails, Saphira. You'd need to make the rails, Saphira. You need to make the rails, Saphira. Forge the rails with iron, and then lay them on top of either wooden or concrete sleepers to hold the rails in place, and then lay each piece of track on top of ballast to keep the track level. Building railways isn't that hard, Saphira. Well, actually, Saphira, the Dragonettes of Destiny were born to help end the War of Sandwing Succession. They were born to help end the War of Sandwing Succession by choosing a new Sandwing Queen, which they successfully did. What did the mayonnaise say to the refrigerator? I doubt she knows what mayonnaise. All the iron in Alligator is used to make armor, not laying rails. Well, if Alligatore's at peace at the moment. Surely you can use some of your iron to make rails and lay them. Surely you don't need to make that much armor if Alligator is currently at peace. Not anymore, Saphira. They aren't children anymore, Saphira. Most of the book takes place when they're actually adults, Saphira. I very much doubt Saphira knows what mayonnaise or refrigerators are, James. Come on, Annie and Clarabelle. It is a good thing, Jacob. It was never released on VHS, was it, Jacob? I didn't know that. Right, onwards we go. Yeah, so yes, Saphira, I do hope that if Electro can travel to Alligator, I do hope that he'll also be able to travel to Pyrea and meet the Dragonettes of Destiny, and also have some of them come onto these streams. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea, Saphira. You'd have to ask 2ET Sutherland, the author of Wings of Fire. Yeah, I unfortunately can't answer that, Saphira. You'd have to ask 2ET Sutherland. the author of the Wings of Fire books. Do I like Numberjacks? Yes, I do. Oh, hello, Poppy in Mason's World. I've never seen you on these live streams before. Welcome to my channel, Poppy in Mason's World. Very nice to see you. Saw a Disney home video home, one of the ranked worst DVD you've ever seen. Sorry to hear that, McJeffy. Zoran's joke with the mayo in the fridge. Because I'm getting kind of tired of hearing about it, James. You can only do a Magic Railroad Toby impression. No problem, understandable. Thank you, Poppy in Mason's World. Welcome, well, welcome. I don't know. You don't. Well, you're welcome, Poppy and Mason. December, Boxing Day 2021. Let's see how many subscribers I've got. Yeah, nice to see you. Electro, yeah, he does indeed. Cannot say that I'll be here again next week. He only borrowed you. I know, Saphira, I know. But I hope we do see you again eventually. And I hope Electro gives you your own account. I do wish I could meet the, I do wish the Wings of Fire dragons would come on here as well. Claimer. Tsunamis. Your mum. I'm really not a fan. I'm really not a fan of it at all. Oh, sorry. I'm really not a fan of it at all, Poppy. I still hate him too, Jacob. Your mum, yeah, your mum indeed. Oh, I've got a friend here, Saphira. A friend who wants to meet you. Who wants to say hello to you. His name's Spyro, and he's a dragon just like you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
He can't really say Saphira. He doesn't really know how to pronounce your words. So I can't say... Oh, sorry. Cinder somehow accidentally got into my account. Hang on. Right, onwards. Wings of Fire. Well, I do hope I meet the dragons of the dragons of Pyrea will come on the stream eventually. You hate the poster as well, do you, Poppy? Yeah, I can see that. Eldershire South. That's our next stop. Wait, no, it isn't. We seem to be heading back into Eldershire Central. I agree, Jacob, it is. You think Numberjacks is mediocre? My name is pronounced Saphira. Yeah, he can't really say your name. Mediocre. I still really like Numberjack's Poppy, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
Anyway, guys, I now want to show you a video that I found really interesting, similar to Wendover Productions' Why Trains Suck in America video. Why haven't I subscribed to Wendover Productions yet? His videos are so great. But why passenger trains suck in Australia is what I want to show you.
Put simply...
But when I'm not actually going to show you the video itself, we're just going to have it playing in the background so that I can still concentrate on the game I'm playing. And, oh yeah, and I also want to show you the video about the XPT train, Australia's equivalent of the HSTs. You think Spyro sounds you think Spyro's a dragonette?
I'm more of a teenager, actually.
Yeah, he's more of a teenager. Yes, Spyro's not exactly a dragonette, he's more of a teenager. Right, let's put this video on the background. I'm not actually going to show you the video itself, as I said, because I want the video, because I need to concentrate on the game, so here we go.
Put simply, passenger trains in Australia suck. And I'm not talking about trains within urban centres. Trains connecting the suburbs to the CBD are generally pretty alright.
Yeah.
No, what this video is about is regional trains. Trains that go into city, connect small towns, travel hundreds of kilometres.
Close the door
Why
on
are there so few of them? Why is there frequency?
Opinion on the front reboot? Don't
and also
like it.
why we need to desperately improve them.
Why passenger trains suck in Australia?
There are a few places in the Western world where trains have been left in such a state as Australia for the past 40 years. Since the adoption of the private motor car, paving of highways, and the deregulation of the industry, passenger trains have been on the decline in Australia for many years. Although it's fair to say this decline reversed around the mid-2000s, Australia's regional rails are still far from their heyday. Recently there have been improvements made, such as Victoria's regional rail revival. But we're not here to discuss the success of that scheme. We're here to talk about why can't I get from Adelaide to Perth for a reasonable amount of money? How are there only 2 trains a day between Sydney and Melbourne? Why are there only 3 trains a day between Sydney and Canberra? Why is Melbourne and Sydney one of the busiest air corridors in the world?
Pathetic.
And why don't many big towns in regional Australia have passenger trains? And why, when it comes down to it, does Australia lack access to affordable and fast regional rail solutions? I know it's like the Wendover video and the Not Just Bikes video, but ignore that. Now, some might say Australia is just too big and too wide for passenger railways. I mean, after all, Australia is about 1 billion kilometres big, and there's only like 4 people that live here, so how could we have trains?
Yeah, I had no
idea
idea till a while ago.
Australia does have many towns and cities with populations for sustained regional rail, and more have them than you probably already think. Most Australian towns
is as
used
big
to have
as
a reliable passenger
America.
train service.
Don't you mean
Well, I do not
3801,
And
James? Because
unfortunately,
I do
to
also
understand
hope
the
to show
position that our rails are
some
in today, we have to go back.
I do also
all the
hope
way
to show some clips of 3801 at speed later on in this stream, James.
to Federation in 1901. Australia has
Yeah,
never had an integrated
I do
tram
have a new
operator,
voice now,
or at
Hank.
least it didn't have one up until the 1990s. Before Federation and
Is
even
Saphira
longer,
still
each
here,
Australian
or
state
are
has
Rexy and
a
Lily
tram
gonna
operator
come
that
now?
owned and operated all track and trains within the state. The names of these aren't really complex. Western Australian Government Railways, South Australian Railways, Victorian Railways, Queensland Railways, etc., etc. Basically all along the same line.
Noddy
But
2002,
this also meant
that's,
these systems basically
make way for
never needed to
Noddy,
operate
not a
on the track.
fan, Poppy.
For example, the border between South Australia and Victoria. Despite the rail gauges being the same in both states, the locomotives will switch from one operator
Yeah,
to another.
3801 you
A
mean.
whole town was
Saphira, will
simply
Rexy and Lily be joining us soon?
Associated railway personnel. In fact, it was
Oceanside.
called Serviceton. There was very little cooperation between railways in Australia, and this is part of the reason it led to the gauge problem. Because Australia, for its entire railway history and still today, has been left with 3 railway gauges. Rail gauge being the distance between each track, and the trains of different gauges cannot operate
23
with each
people
other
watching,
and cannot
cool.
travel on other gauge track. These gauges are standard, broad, and narrow, and while I keep promising myself that I'll eventually make the gauge video, to be put simply, gauge in Australia has always been a major issue for all operators, not just passengers, but also freight.
2016.
Through a series of complicated but
Understandable,
also
Poppy.
extremely funny, dumb occurrences, Australia has been left with 3
Is
railway
Saphira,
gauges. Narrow gauge
are
dominated
Saphira
WA
slash
and
Rexy
Queensland.
slash Lily
It was
still
considered
here?
the cheapest and easiest
Come
way
to
do it.
Australia,
Really, it was
you
an
might
economic
accidentally
issue.
get
It
killed.
required less earthquakes,
Exterminate!
trains that would
What
be
do you?
less powerful,
I know you
which
like
they
my
could
dog
operate
impressions,
as these
Martin.
states were basically the poorest in the 1800s. It lets them do it in the gauge they could best afford. Next, of course, we have standard. A gauge that up until the 1930s was only used in New South Wales. New South Wales is one of the states in Australia that basically
Cool,
has the
MLP
most political
fan.
influence, and this was part of the reason that led to the adoption of standard gauge nationally. Now we have Victoria and SA, the two uses of
Queensland.
broad gauge. How and why they ended up using a different gauge to New South Wales is a story in itself, but I will not be covering that in this video. However, it is very funny. But this meant that Victoria and South Australia were the only 2 states in the nation with railways that
shit.
connected to each
Don't
other
do
with the
fast.
same gauge. As you can imagine, all these separate gauges led to a lot of impossibilities.
Thank you,
operating
Martin.
passenger trains between states. Where these train lines met at different states was known as break of gauge. This happened at almost every state in the country, but was particularly prevalent between New South Wales and Victoria, the most populous states in the nation. A break of gauge station meant every passenger, piece of post, and all goods had to be swapped between trains of different gauges. This took time, money, and a lot of effort, and made trains slower than they should have been. In fact, before 1918, you couldn't even get a train
What do you mean
from one side of
Thunderbirds is
Australia to the
mediocre?
other. The
I really like
Trans-Australian
it.
Railway was the solution to this
Oh,
1,500
don't
kilometre
care.
gap in Australia's railway infrastructure.
What do you
It
think,
was
Martin?
originally proposed
I
as
think
part of the promise to get
Saphira has
WA to
disappeared, but I
Federation
do
in
hope
1901,
Rexy slash
and was
Lily
also seen
will
as a key
join
piece
us
of
again
nation-building
soon.
infrastructure. But the Trans-Australian was built with a lot of future-proofing in mind, to standard gauge, despite the fact at either end it meant narrow. But to really exemplify the gauge problem, for a fun exercise, let's go through the process you would have had to travel through to get from Sydney to Perth between the years of 1918 and 1936. But in 1918, there doesn't currently even exist a link between Sydney and South Australia, so you're going to have to go the long way round. This means you start out going Sydney to Melbourne. This is not so simple because at Albury you have to change trains between different gauges. The journey between Melbourne and
Yeah, I
Adelaide is fairly
do.
simple.
I do too,
It's
Mr.
one
George.
broad gauge train, and once you're in Adelaide you have to swap onto a different train north. This train goes to Tarawi. Tarawi is the furthest north that broad gauge goes in Australia at this time. And then after that, you must swap trains onto narrow gauge. Narrow gauge will take you from Tarawi up all the way around Quorn to Port Augusta. This finally gets you onto the Trans-Australian Railway. And another thing I think bears mentioning about the Trans-Australian is just how terrible the track quality was for much of its opening years. There wasn't even ballast placed onto the track for a very long time.
God damn it.
This finally gets you into WA. where again you must swap trains at Kalgoorlie back onto narrow gauge to complete your journey to Perth. It's understandable why so many took the, although longer, less complicated steamship around the coast as an alternative to having to transfer between this many trains, and also needing to have a ticket for each different railway operator. Slowly, this trip did get more simplified. In 1936, a broad gauge line opened between Adelaide
I know
and
nothing about it, I have no opinion on it, Gage.
South from Port Augusta, meaning the trip through SA
You
was
had to
much
spill a liquid into your throat. You mean you
journeys.
needed to get a drink, Saphira? No problem.
Did a train
Anyway, I
trip
do hope that
Sydney
Rexy and
Perth
Lily
stop.
will be,
To achieve this,
Electro's
gauge
friends
was
are going to be
converted
joining us at
between
some point,
Kalgoorlie
Saphira.
and Perth,
I do hope that
as well
Rexy
as
and Lily will be
between
joining
Port
us at
Pirie
some
and
point.
Broken Hill. This allowed for one standard gauge line that stretched across the country. Another thing about Australia's passenger rail is unlike the US, Canada,
Cool,
and countless
James.
other countries,
I'll
Australia
definitely
has
need to
never
check it
had an
out.
integrated national passenger rail operator, such as Amtrak or Via Rail. Now, overall, that's a pretty good thing, as regional rail hasn't been at the whim of federal governments in that budget. Except in SA, but that's another video. But this also means Australia's regional rail integration has always been very limited.
Why is your name
A
blue
different
while
ticket
others
is
have
needed
black
for each
names?
operator. The closest Australia has ever reached so far has been Australian National.
National. Getting there is half the fun.
A company that was fairly short-lived between 1975
Oh, your name's in
and
blue.
1997.
Oh,
when it was
well,
very typically
Saphira, you're actually a moderator, which means, because Electro was already a moderator, he had his account, and, on his account, that basically means that not only are you a VIP, but you can also, control other people. You also have power over other people. You can censor people. You can get rid of people who are annoying others in the chat. That's basically why, Saphira. Yeah, you're a moderator, Saphira. Oh, and by the way, Saphira, in case you didn't hear the answer to Spyro's question, you asked Spyro if he was a dragonette. And, Spyro, give Saphira your answer.
I'm actually more of a teenage dragon.
Yeah, he considers himself more of a teenage dragon than a dragonette. Power emulates mine. I know it does, Saphira, I know. Yes, Spyro considers himself a teenage dragon. Oi! Ah, shit. Exactly, Jacob. Opinion on Special Agent Oso? I was a fan of it as a kid. Not anymore, though. No, I didn't, Poppy. I don't do rants and salutes anymore.
I'm currently 17. 1 year younger than Train Rover.
Yeah, he's currently Spyro's currently 17. Stroll on! How was that, James? How was that, James? Opinion on Jake and the Neverland Pirates? Never been interested in it, Jacob. Yeah, I prefer them all over the puzzler to Poppy. Saphira, do you think Rexy and Lily are going to be joining us soon? I would like to see Rexy and Lily tonight. Will Rexy and Lily be joining us soon? I would like to see them tonight. Norman! Get back here this minute! Norman! You get back here this minute! What do you think of that, Martin? Right. Onwards. Alright, same here, LP fan. I have no interest in number blocks whatsoever. Anyway, let's continue the Australian trains video that I was just playing.
Each operator. The closest Australia has ever reached so far has been Australia.
Perhaps we could have Neinstein and Mary on the front at, in the Terrorhawk section of Battlehawk, James.
Australia National.
Getting there is half the fun.
A company that was fairly short-lived
shit.
between 1975 and 1997, when it was very typically of the era privatised. But Australia National is a company I'm sure I'll make a very long video about one day. But regardless, AN was really the first operator to really allow integration between Australia's passenger trains.
I always found
Under
it
Australia
decent.
National,
I watched it
there was really a
a lot as a
successful
kid. I always
attempt to
found
allow
it quite
passenger
decent.
trains from east to west without stopping. There was not so much switching of operations at the state border. There was integration between West Rail, Vic Rail, and the STA, except into Sydney, where electric locomotives were used. That, combined with gauge standardisation that happened throughout Australia between the 1960s and early
Poppy, I'm
2000s,
sorry,
did
that was...
allow passenger trains to
I
finally
did
reach
try
some sort of
Poppy.
relative comfort. But it was largely too late.
Poppy,
By
that
time
wasn't very
passenger trains'
nice.
importance in society had dwindled as people moved towards the motor car. Domestic air travel became a thing, highways were improved and paved. While Australia never really had such a thing as the interstate highway system, with much of Australia's national roads still being two-lane, passenger train usage still dropped. However, perhaps more than highways, the real death blow to long-distance passenger trains in Australia was airline deregulation throughout the early 1990s.
Where I sit in
Passenger
zero.
numbers in Australia
Nah, that would be
refused
too
to
weird.
innovate, was
That would be
cutbacks
too
and
weird.
cancellations. Patronage further dwindled.
That would be
By
too
the time
weird,
the passenger division
James.
was privatised in 1997.
That
the
would be
trains they
too
operated
weird,
were
James.
skeleton
Probably
like
a,
1970s.
probably
Of course, airline
a,
deregulation in of itself isn't a bad thing. But as we do move towards a low-carbon future,
thank you for
we should
saying that, George. It
reevaluate
was
our
great.
transport choices, even long-distance passenger trains. They are
I
often
guess
one of
we
the most
could have a
environmentally
Hawkwind
friendly
kiddie
ways to
ride,
travel,
James. I
and
guess we
should
could have a
really look to
Hawkwind
further
kiddie ride,
expand in our
though.
modern era.
I disagree, Pop. But
Yeah, I know you did fine. Oh, he kind
But to put
He had a
the
bit of a-
current state
he
of
got a bit
passenger
breathed
rail into
out.
context, let's go through some modern
know.
example. Sydney and Melbourne are two cities that have a fairly similar population. Both are over 5 million. They account for something approaching 40%
You're forgiven,
of
Poppy.
Australia's entire population. And they are only 900 kilometres apart. That's about a 9-hour drive. That is less than one day. And yet only 2 small trains make their way between them. This train takes about 11 hours due to a winding route over the Great Dividing Range. The Sydney-Melbourne XPT as it's known. Although it doesn't currently
Yeah,
have a
the
lot of life
XPT.
left in it, as it will make their
Very
way
cool
between them.
train.
This train takes about 11 hours due to a winding
I don't know,
route
I honestly
over the
don't
Great
know,
Dividing Range. The
Jacob.
Sydney-Melbourne XPT as it's known.
The
Although it doesn't
XBT.
currently have a lot of life left in it, as it will be replaced by brand new CAF trains in a couple of years. But yet it currently remains the only train travelling between Sydney and Melbourne. And even with the introduction of these new trains in the
The
mid-2020s, there will be a further reduction in trips between Sydney and Melbourne. As the current timetable stands, there is one day
Toby the
trip
cow
and night
engine.
trip. These new long-distance trains will not have any night
Why has
sleepers,
Saphira
and it
suddenly
seems the
disappeared
plan is to
again?
reduce the Sydney to Melbourne train to occurring only once a day. Long-distance train travel in Australia isn't really getting any better, at least in this one context. But then we have another example, and that is of Australia's transcontinental trains. These being the Ghan and Indian Pacific. Although once run by Australian National, these trains have been privatised since the late 1990s. The only motive for the trains company is now profit. This has led to prices increasing dramatically since the end of Australian national control. It is no longer possible to take a seated economy journey on any of these trains. The only option is a cabin with beds, which is very expensive. This puts the price out of reach for almost every regular Australian, and assigns these trains to just being luxury tourist cruises. Some might say it's admirable that these trains are receiving no government subsidies. However, this has led to them increasingly only serving people who can afford the luxury price tag, and has assigned everyone else who cannot afford it to buses and expensive air travel. This has also resulted in extremely infrequent service. There is only one journey a week on each of Australia's transcontinental trains.
Cool MLP fan.
And these trains no longer even stop at the towns they serve. In South Australia, for example, there are many small towns that don't have a rail service at all, such as Peterborough or Port Augusta. Towns the Indian Pacific and Ghan both pass through. Both have railway stations, both are currently in reasonable condition. They could start taking passengers next week, but there is no motive for Journey Beyond Rail to pick up anyone in regional and remote communities, and assigns these people to SA's underperforming regional bus services. This is especially true for the disabled, who cannot properly enjoy those
Spooky
services.
Spoon. I don't really
The
know.
Overland,
Poppy.
while not a transcontinental service running between Adelaide and Melbourne, is also showing the same symptoms, with its service cuts in its frequency to only operating twice a week in each direction and becoming a daytime service. It has become much less
I'm sure it'll be
usable for
alright,
much of the
MLP
population.
fan.
Like the Ghan and the Indian Pacific, the service's prices are competitive, with alternative road
gonna
and
go
air
back and head
travel
to
options. Again, due to the
Denmark
operator's
Central.
attempt to morph into a land cruise. This service has lost its edge and speed due to being diverted via Geelong rather than Ballarat, and only limps along today thanks to a massive subsidy from the Victorian government. The Overland is probably the worst long-distance passenger train in Australia. It has no edge and speed, frequency, it is chronically underfunded, the price tag is expensive, and there is limited user friendliness. So, after all that, are there any good regional long-distance trains in Australia? Not
where has
realistically,
Saphira disappeared
or
to
at least
again?
not any that pass
I don't know,
between different
Spyro. I
states.
really don't know.
Because there are a few
Hopefully she'll
reasonable
come back though,
the prospect
and
between
Rexy and
Perth
Lily
and
as well.
Kalgoorlie is generally pretty fast. It's a train with at least a daily service. It beats driving, it's cheaper than an airfare, and it's an all-round good experience. A train
Who else could we
travels
have?
at a
Kate
maximum
and
speed of
Hawkeye, of course.
160 kilometers an hour. And if
They're
you
the
don't
ones
know,
who
that's the
fly
fastest
Hawkwing
a train travels in
with
Australia.
Kate piloting it.
Another
and
example worth mentioning is Queensland's
Hawkeye
Tram
being
train.
the gunman.
It's a generally pretty
Yeah,
good
Kate
service
and
that does
Hawkeye,
some
of
pretty
course,
reasonable
James.
speeds and connects very well with some of Queensland's larger towns. The key to these services are they are both government owned and definitely do not turn a profit, but they are important trains to the communities that they serve. They are good alternatives to driving and travel between distances where flying is still very expensive, and they do offer a better experience than is taking the bus in those states. But why are these the best two examples I can offer you? There's no reason we shouldn't have better passenger trains. And unfortunately, that reason isn't very simple. In the US or Canada, it's normally one culprit. You know, it's Amtrak, it's Via Rail, it's the interstate highway system.
You don't know what to do on
But
this
because
stream.
of the fragmented nature of
It's alright,
Australia's
Saphira,
railways,
it's alright.
and therefore passenger trains, the reason each state has for its services being so abysmal are different. I am certainly not very well versed in all of them, and I can't cover them all in this video, but for a general guide, what caused the demise of
Don't worry,
regional
Saphira,
passenger
don't
trains
worry.
is the desire of corporatised train companies
The
to make
puzzler,
money.
Poppy.
To put this in context, most regional passenger trains in Australia have never been profitable. Some have been
Well, don't
in
worry,
the 20th
Saphira.
century.
But I
where
do
demand
want
was
Rexy and
extremely
Lily
high
to
and
show
there
up
was
at
no
some...
alternative.
I do
And the
want
train-
Rexy and Lily to show up at some point, Saphira. Yeah, I do want Rexy and Lily to show up at some point. Well, you just chat, basically, Saphira. That's what you do on live streams, basically. Thank you, thank you, MLP fan. Right, onwards.
Train offered a reliable and fast service. While the only trains that turn a profit these days, once again, are the Ghan and Indian Pacific. Between
Indian
the
specific.
1970s and 1980s, Australia's railways went under
Australia.
a process of rebranding and
Australia.
modernisation. This was generally in conjunction with a desire for them to turn a stronger profit. Previous to this, many railways in Australia had not been mandated to be profitable, and overall operated at a loss. They could really essentially be thought of as government departments. Almost all railways were rebranded at this time. Western Australian government railways became West Rail. Victorian railways became Vic Rail and later V-Line. New South Wales government railways
South
became the State
Wales.
Rail Authority. The only real exception
Yeah,
to
it
this
is really
Queensland
loud,
Rail,
Mr. George.
which never rebranded, just keep the same name. Before corporatisation, many railways were operated for community benefit. States subsidised their railway operations for the greater good. A particularly potent example of this is Australian National, a Commonwealth-owned railway operator that also owned and operated all lines within South Australia. Australian National is well known for its desire to cut underperforming lines and passenger services, and as Australian National was not accountable to the South Australian taxpayer, only the Commonwealth,
Australian.
it was able to
I'm
do
very-
this without any real pushback. The state of regional rails in SA today is probably the worst in the nation, by which I mean
Where on
as
earth
close
is-
to none. This can
Where
almost
could-
directly
oh,
be
whoops,
people and businesses before making a profit. That is, however, not to say they were free or anything. Ticket prices were certainly very expensive for thousands of regular Australians. Many of the lines made up for their loss with the justification they overall helped the local economy. These types of lines are generally two categories. One is grain lines, where dedicated freight trains are operated to take grain for export to other parts of the country, and the other is regional passenger railways. But these railways attempted to turn a profit on their business, and not to mention other things such as the growth of trucking and the deregulation of the
I know,
airline industry.
Spyro, I know you're
Small
tired
corporatized
tonight.
railways seek to make
I
a profit
know.
in any way possible. Generally, this includes
I
cutting
do hope
passenger
Neon,
service,
Rexy and
and
Lily
it can
will
be
show up as
generally
well,
said that
Spyro.
any currently operating passenger train today is out of a deliberate political decision to keep that service around.
Anyway, getting back to the Toby part of this stream now. First things first, I'm going to go get myself another cider, because I feel like having one tonight. And then while we wait for Rexy, Lily, and Neon to show up, I'll get the, I did say that we play Unlucky Tug's Sodor's Finest video on Toby in this stream, so that's what we're going to do right now. I'll just pour myself another cider, and then I'll quickly run to the loo while while Unlucky Tug's Toby video is starting. Just pouring myself my second cider. Toby the Cow Engine. Then after we've watched this video, I think we'll go back to playing, the Driving Toby on the Roblox Thomas game. I don't even know what that is, Poppy. You're massively tired, so you're going to leave now. No problem, Martin. Thank you for coming. See you next week. Hope you have a good sleep tonight, Martin. Yeah, thanks for coming, Martin. See you next week. Hope you have a good sleep tonight. Lily won't be able to join us. What? Why on earth was Lily's account deleted? Why on earth did Lily's account have to be deleted? That's so sad. I loved seeing her. I can still see her account here. I can still see her comments. It hasn't been deleted though. I can still see her comments. Why did she order it to be deleted? That's so sad. What on earth has Lily done? I don't think Lily's account deserves to be deleted. I've loved speaking to her. Electro will be able to put her back on. What do you mean when the time is right? Hello Neon, welcome to the stream. I was hoping you'd join us. Unfortunately, you've missed, Odd and Victor were here earlier, but you've missed them, unfortunately. I have no idea what any of that is, Poppy. Hang on. What do you mean when the time is right? So, and Electro isn't here either tonight, Neon, but in his place is Saphira. I was also saying to Saphira how I'd like the Dragonettes of Destiny to be on my streams at some point. Clay Mudwing. Clay the Mudwing. Tsunami the Sea. It hasn't actually been deleted, Neon. I can still see her comments on there, and Rexy's as well. I think what Saphira meant was, Lily can't use it until further notice. But why though, Saphira? Anyway, while we wait for Saphira to answer, I'm now gonna put on Unlucky Tog's Sodor's Finest video on Toby. Then I'm gonna quickly run to the loo while it's starting. Right, guys, hang on. What's George said? Exactly. Yes, MLP fan. Try and do an OBS stream. I think doing your live stream through OBS. I think doing live streams through OBS would be a great way to get them to be able to do them again. MLP fan. Anyway, while this video gets started, I'm gonna quickly run to the loo again. Be back in a minute.
Toby is a tram engine. He has cow catchers and side plates, and doesn't look like a steam engine at all. Toby is one of the most unique engines on the island of Sodor. He is a steam engine, but his wooden boxy outline and covered wheels make him look more like a shed than an engine. Toby is indeed old-fashioned and looks outdated, but looks are deceiving. Anyone who's ever met Toby knows he's as wise, brave, and energetic as he ever was, with a contagious sense of humor. An engine that doesn't feel his age. Sodor's Dick Van Dyke, if you will. Wise he may be, Toby is also prone to worry, sometimes a little too much for his own good. But of course that depends on the season you're watching, which is unfortunately a lot of them. A hard and sensible worker, Toby works the tramway to Farquhar Quarry with his faithful coach,
Henrietta.
I have been looking forward to making this video. I only realized after the Toby bit in the James episode how much I adore Toby. He is one of Thomas and Friends' most overlooked main characters in my opinion.
Are Neon and
I think
Saphira
after
still
watching
here?
this video, you'll all agree with me that Toby is truly one of Sodor's finest. He is possibly the greatest role model of the whole series, and one of the most relatable characters. Let's start at the beginning.
The beginning.
Toby is in fact the first character in the series to be directly based on an existing engine. All the characters prior had their bases decided later on after the fact, once Audrey started working
Cool,
real-world
Saphira.
elements into the series. Technically, Henry was the first, when he was rebuilt into a Black 5.
But even though Lily can't be here with us, I do hope that Rexy's going to be joining us.
In Book 6. But Toby is
I
different
do hope
because he
Rexy's
was
gonna
created
be
by
joining us,
Audrey because he
Saphira.
was directly inspired by the real engine he was based on. Let me explain. Toby is a Great Eastern Railway C-53 class, later classified J-70, Tram steam engine, built for the Wisbech and Upwell Tramway in England.
Yes, he
This
is.
light railway
He is
ran along
now,
roads, and thus its
yes,
engines
he is
needed
now,
wheel coverings to
Saphira.
prevent people or cars being dragged under them should a collision occur. A total of 12 of these tram engines were built starting in 1903, and they happily ran the tramway until they were relocated to the docks at Yarmouth and Ipswich in the 30s. The tramway closed its services to passengers in 1954, and all the tram engines were scrapped in real life. In 1951, Railway Series creator Wilbert Awdry took his family to the east of England on holiday, where they happened upon the last few working tram engines at Yarmouth. The
I could
crew
be
were
wrong.
friendly and allowed them
There
to
you
ride
are,
in.
Rexy. I was wondering when you'd show up.
This strange, boxy wooden frame steam engine was a great curiosity to Wilbur.
Nice to see
He
you
was
again,
so inspired
Rexy.
by it and the history of the
Why did Lily's account have to be... Why's Lily been temporarily prohibited from using her account, though, Rexy? Hey, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, thank you, Neon. Well, nice to see you, Rexy. But how come Lily's been temporarily prohibited from using her account?
line it once worked that he wanted to turn it into a character in his Railway Series books. 1952 saw the release of the series' 7th book, Toby the Tram Engine. Notably,
Toby
the first
Tram
book in the
Engine.
series to take us off the island of Sodor and into real-life territory, in which a fat controller on holiday with his family travel to Yarmouth and come across a cheerful little tram engine named Toby. So, fun fact, as well as being the first engine directly based on an existing engine class, Toby is the character to hold the title of being
Exactly,
the first ever
James.
real engine to appear.
Exactly, James. But, a new build, a ground-up new build J70 would be great to see, though. So how come Lily's been temporarily prohibited from using her account, Rexy?
Here in the books. That's right, not City of Truro, or Stepney, or Tallyclin, it was Toby. The Island of Sodor
That's
book
MLG
and Sodor Reading
sunglasses.
Between the Lines both state that Toby is British Railways number 68221, most likely because that was the one the Audrey family had seen in real life. This, pictured here, is the actual Toby, before going to Sodor, of course, wearing his original Great Eastern number 127.
Do an impression on US dub Max and Monty. Interesting, Jacob. Saphira thought she was too young to have an account. Well, Rexy's the same age as, Rexy's
68221,
the same age
aka
as,
Toby, worked his branch of the Wisbech and
Rexy's the
Upwell
same
for
age
several
as Lily,
years
though.
alongside his brothers, and with his
How
coach.
come he's allowed to still use his account, but not Lily? How come Rexy's are still allowed to use his account, but not Lily? I don't think Lily's too young. I think Electro should try to convince Saphira otherwise. Exactly, James, exactly. I think Electro should try to convince Queen Saphira otherwise. He still has a account because he kept it hidden from Queen Saphira. Oh, okay.
Henrietta. The tramway was prosperous, but as road traffic started to increase, work on the tramway lessened over the years. Toby remembered
That
the
is a
days
shame,
he'd travel
though.
along with 9 wagons behind him, but nowadays only pulled 3 or 4. Henrietta, once filled with passengers going to work, now rode behind him, usually empty.
Just doing other stuff, no
The
problem,
Fat
Leon.
Controller happened upon Toby on holiday with his family, and they were all incredibly intrigued by the unique tram engine. The crew were happy for visitors, and allowed them rides in Henrietta and even in the cab on
Is
their last
Rexy
day.
still here?
Toby
He
himself
has,
was rather impressed
he
with
has
how
seen-
properly
He does
the
seem
Fat
to have
Controller
appeared,
spoke
but
to him.
This
he does seem to have
gentleman
appeared briefly.
is a gentleman who knows how to
He
speak
does seem to have
any-
appeared briefly.
They said
But
their
is he still
goodbyes
here?
when
Is
the holiday
Rexy still
ended,
here?
And only a few months after that, Toby's branch closed for good. The final celebratory farewell train was run, and after that, Toby was placed in his shed for the final time. Him and his crew unsure of their future.
He cannot remember her
Back
password.
on Sodor, meanwhile,
Understandable.
Thomas got himself into trouble. Because it's Thomas, of course he did. The line to Farquhar Quarry is a tramway and runs alongside the road for a ways. So engines that ran this had to have their wheels covered. Prior to Thomas's arrival, the coffee pot engines,
Well,
which were presumably fitted with side plates, ran this tramway. But after their final
Well, Saphira, everything that Saphira told you is true. Well, cool, Rexy, cool. Cannot remember her password. Well, he can, well, I'm sure he'll be able to do a password reset. I'm sure he'll be able to do a password reset. I'm sure he'll be able to do a password reset, though. I'm sure he'll be able to do a password reset, though. Yeah, Google does allow for password changes, though.
withdrawal in the late 40s.
The problem is more to do with, he should definitely try to convince Saphira that Rexy and Lily aren't too young, and that they are safe online. Yeah. Yeah, you should definitely try to convince Saphira that Rexy and Lily aren't too young and they are safe online. I mean, as long as Rexy and Lily know how to be safe online, who cares how old they are? If I were Saphira, if I were Queen Saphira, I wouldn't care how old Rexy and Lily were, as long as they knew how to be safe online.
40s, Thomas did the work. The local constable was elderly and a friend to the railway, so he looked the other way when Thomas took over.
Cool, MLP
However,
fam. Looking
that
forward to it.
constable retired, and the new
What
one
were they thinking?
was grouchy. When he caught Thomas on his first day, he wrote his crew a ticket for traveling illegally along public roads without the proper wheel coverings. News, of course, reached the Fat Controller, who found himself in a sticky situation. His options were to either give Thomas side plates or get a tram engine. Of course, we want a tram engine. The Fat Controller remembered Toby
What did Thomas
and wrote to
say?
his controller asking if he'd
What
be
did Thomas
interested.
say in
Controller
that bit of
wants a
text?
tram engine.
Wait, what?
The Fat Controller remembered Toby and wrote to his controller asking if he'd be interested in selling him. Toby's shed doors were flung open as his crew danced a jig around
Hey
him.
Felix, welcome
Fat
to the
Controller's
stream.
letter in their hands. Toby had been saved by the Northwestern Railway. No time was wasted, and Toby made the trek across England to the island
What
of Sodor.
fat troll,
He brought
Rexy?
Henrietta with him,
What fat
who he feared
troll?
would be turned into a hen house if she had stayed behind. The Fat Controller saw no issues with this, and put them to work on Thomas's branch line. Now Thomas didn't like Toby at first, but his opinion of him was quickly changed once Toby rang his bell and gave that grouchy constable a good scare. Toby really said, "F the police."
Fuck the
It was
police, come
eventually
straight from
repainted
the
into a
underground.
special chocolate brown with bright blue side plates.
Yeah, Rexy, I do think that Saphira should try to... Electro should convince Saphira that you are old enough, that you and Lily are old enough and can be trusted to use the internet safely.
And a gleaming number 7 on his side.
The fat
He has remained
controller.
a prominent
I know,
member
Rexy,
of
I
the
know.
Northwestern Railway ever since. And is the only surviving member of the J70 class Tram engine.
Toodles? I don't really know.
Now that we know Toby's history, let's get into his character.
Oh, this is interesting.
I'll summarize who Toby is in a simple sentence in the best way I can. Toby is a wise, experienced old grandpa that gives no fucks. Edward is also a
Exactly.
wise, experienced old man, but there is a key difference between them. I said this before. Edward is the type to try and talk sense to a misguided youngin' before they go and make a fool of themselves, and then will demean them when they act up. While Toby is the type to sit on the sidelines, watch the stupid youngins fail, and then laugh about it while showing them how it's done. A true, chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
As my good friend W.R. Duke Dog put it, Edward has the kind of wisdom in that he knows just how to advise younger engines and mentor them. Toby has the kind of wisdom where he knows how to get free candy out of the machine if you hit it a certain way. I couldn't have put that into words better if I tried.
Exactly.
Toby is based at the tail end of
Exactly.
Thomas's branch at Farquhar,
That's the difference
in which he
between
shares
Henry
a
and
shed
Toby.
with Thomas and Percy. He is the middleman of this trio. In the books, Toby is easily Percy's best friend, and a mentor figure to him. This is prominent in stories such as Percy's
in the
Predicament,
show, it
in which
was
he
Thomas-
suggests swapping
Thomas was his
jobs to
best
give Percy a
friend, but in the
change,
books it's
or in Percy and Harold
Percy
when
is
Toby
Toby's
lends a
best
listening
friend.
ear to Percy's complaints. Thomas is a very stuck-up engine, and likely didn't give Percy the time of day when he first came to the line. So Percy fell on Toby for support. Speaking of Thomas, Toby is probably...
So yeah, Rexy, I do think that that Electro should try to convince Saphira that you and Lily are old enough to use the internet and can be trusted to use it safely.
the only engine on the whole railway,
Oh,
with
don't
the
do that.
exception
Yeah,
of Edward,
yeah,
of
he
course,
doesn't.
that Thomas actually is pleasant with, and sees as an equal.
Yeah.
Thomas didn't
Oh.
like Toby at first, because of course he didn't. Thomas doesn't like anyone. But it was only after Toby gave the constable that wrote Thomas up in the first place a good scare, that Thomas decided Toby was alright. He is a mutual to both Thomas and Percy, but when they argue, Toby steps aside and watches the fire spread, and he enjoys every second of it.
Understandable,
Thomas was
Rexy.
grumpy in the shed that
Understandable.
night. Toby thought it was a great joke.
Take note of how Toby helped Percy
Is Neon
spook
still
Thomas
here?
and Ghost
Neon
Train.
hasn't chatted
And then in
for
the very
ages.
next
Is
story,
he still here?
gladly joins Thomas in laughing at hay-covered
Got to
Percy.
say hello,
Toby
you
doesn't
Rex.
pick sides.
Such a shame
He is a
about
true neutral agent of chaos. If you want
Yes,
another
Spyro just
example
said hello
of
to
Toby's
you,
chaos,
Rexy.
look
He
no
can now
further
actually
than the
speak his
story
own
Mavis
words.
from the same book. In this story, a young Mavis refuses to take Toby's
I know it
advice
was.
and gets
I know
herself
it was,
stuck on the crossing before
James.
Farquhar. Toby is told of Mavis being in trouble and refuses to help her, only after he's told that he himself might get in trouble with the Fat Controller for allowing Mavis to take his trucks in the first place. He agrees to help. Take note of the illustrations. Toby is at the shed when he hears the news. And then in the next illustration, when he helps Mavis, the sheds are right there, still in the background. Honestly makes this whole story even funnier, knowing this Joker was a mere 100 yards away from Mavis, witnessing the whole thing, and chose to sit there and watch her struggle. Toby don't give no fucks. I love this story.
Yeah.
Toby and Mavis is a fun pairing, because it's a nice contrast of opposite character traits. The proven old-fashioned versus the new and up-to-date, which actually carries more weight when you consider Mavis is a BR Class 04, the same type of diesel that replaced the J70 trams on the Wiz Beach in real life. Another noteworthy character dynamic is one of my absolute favorites, Toby and James. I've talked about this previously. The reason this dynamic is so entertaining is because it's pairing the character who is the most obsessed with self-image with the character who cares the least about self-image. James ridicules Toby's appearance when they first meet, and later puts himself on a pedestal because he gets to pull the express while Toby doesn't. Toby doesn't give a shit what people think of him. He's completely content with his life and who he is. As we discussed before, James is in denial of who he actually is, and always has something to prove. Contrast to Toby, who could die tomorrow and would die content. Christopher Audrey has stated in interviews before that Toby is his favorite character.
Toby's my favorite.
Particularly because he got to ride in the cab of the real Toby as a boy in Yarmouth. And that's pretty well reflected in his books. Toby appears quite frequently throughout Chris's tenure. In Toby Trucks in Trouble, we get a nice flashback to a story of Toby's younger days, when his line was a part of the LNER and when he worked with his brothers at the docks in Yarmouth and Ipswich. There's another story where Toby derails at the crossing and travels literally on the road, and another where he pulls a mega train. Toby's final story in the Railway series involves the newly restored Victoria being coupled to Henrietta and permanently joining their consist.
You changed your profile picture, did you, Poppy?
Toby did not
Why did
have
you
the
decide
most
to do
noteworthy
that?
arc of the Railway series.
I
He was
guess
very
did,
much a
Rexy. I
constant,
guess he did.
but it does span over 100 years of history and has several fun dynamics shared with various characters. While his role on the railway is not the most glamorous, I think Toby represents something very important. True contentment. A character that is absolutely out of time and out of date, but is completely and utterly content and aware of who he is. As happy as can be, living his best life. He does not give a shit about what others think of him. He never lets idiot loudmouths get him angry, ever. And if they don't want to listen to his advice, then he sits on the sidelines and watches them fail. And he works hard because he was given a chance at a second life, and he is most grateful for it. He has his priorities, and he lives by them. Toby is important in this series because he is a perfect, realistic role model. Someone the kids reading should strive to be like, and someone the adults reading the stories to their kids can hope to be in their later years. Truly happy and content. Toby's backstory in the model series is almost the same as the books, although the location of his old railway was drastically changed. In the show, Toby always worked on Sodor, on his own line in the north of the island separate from the Fat Controller's railway. The line ran from Arlesborough Harbour to Arlesdale End, providing rail access to all the farms and factories along it. One day, while on holiday with his family, the Fat Controller stumbled upon Toby, and we all know how the story goes from there. When the line closed, Toby and Henrietta were saved by the Fat Controller. Toby spent most of his new life on the big railway, until one fateful night his line was accidentally rediscovered by Oliver, and the Fat Controller reopened it. Since Season 5, Toby's home is back at Arlesdale End, in his old shed, now new again. I'll give the model series this. It was always very clear the show crew loved Toby. Brett Allcroft, David Mitten, etc. They usually made Toby do something crazy noteworthy every season. Season 5 was the best of this in my opinion, where his old line gets rediscovered and reopened. We go on an adventure into wild untamed Sodor with him and find a castle and a spooky abandoned mine. He's the star of the show's token disaster film episode. He bears witness to an accidental suicide. You know, typical Season 5 things.
No problem, Neil,
Toby had
no
a plethora
problem.
of big adventures this year. Easily my favorite Toby season. One of my favorite Toby moments ever is shockingly in Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Yes, I'm just as shocked as you are. And it's the scene where he spies on the diesels at the ironworks. Toby rings his bell to distract them.
It's the old teapot! Oh, smash him!
He watches them flounder, then he
Nice
laughs
to see
and
you.
leaves them. I just love Toby. He's such an agent of chaos. For all of this movie's
Sorry,
faults,
Spyro's,
it nailed Toby's character so perfectly.
Oh, Diesel won't bother with an old engine like
Sorry,
this.
Spyro's quite tired tonight. He can't
Something
really
that I
speak
think
properly,
is pretty
Neon.
noteworthy of the model series portrayal
No, I
of Toby is how
don't,
connected to the
Mason, I
human
don't.
characters he is. I'm not sure if this was an intentional thing or not, but Toby-centric TV
Indeed,
exclusive
it's Jeffrey
stories
Jeffrey
usually
indeed.
involved him helping out
Nice
a
to see
notable
you,
human
Neon.
character. He's friends with all the farmers on the branch line.
Yeah,
he
Neon,
helps the mountain villagers
Spyro,
with their
just
surprise
say
party
hello
at
to you,
Christmas one
Neon.
year.
He's in
He
the
goes exploring
background.
with Topham and his grandchildren. He got swept away in the flood because he was hurrying back to warn the villagers. He braves a blizzard to help Farmer McCool save his lambs.
I know
He
it
helps
is.
the poor
Yes,
miller
I know
when
it
his
is.
windmill gets struck by lightning. Hell, his very first episode ever is about him hanging out with the Hat family on their holiday. As a result, there's a certain relatable, personable aspect to Toby that the other characters
No problem,
just don't
Lucas.
have.
Thank you for coming.
He has
See
more
you
of
next
a
week,
real
hopefully.
human connection, and thus, it's just that much more endearing to the audience watching. Something else I want to call attention to is Toby's friendship with Percy. Thomas and Percy being best friends was something they really amped up in the later seasons, which is kind of weird because in the first 5 seasons or so, it was pretty clear that Toby and Percy were the close ones, and Thomas was more of a mutual to both. That's not to say Thomas wasn't friends with Percy, they definitely had some adventures together. But Percy looked up to Toby as a mentor figure, and Toby sort of fathered him in a sense. This was a thing in the books for sure through and through, and it carried over to the TV exclusive episodes like Toby and the Flood, where Percy without hesitation saves Toby from going over the falls. Or a surprise for Percy, when Toby tries to help Percy look on the bright side of life. As the show went on, the show pushed Percy and Thomas closer together, and Toby sort of got phased out of that dynamic entirely. Both of Toby's spotlight episodes in season 6 and 7 are entirely on his own, separate from these two, or any other characters really. That fun dynamic between all three was sadly lost over time, and it never really crept up again. Interesting that around the time they started pushing Thomas and Percy together more, Toby's character started to shift. The later model hit entertainment seasons, as it did with many other characters, very unfortunately messed Toby up. For some reason, and I have no idea why, they started to make Toby very, very self-conscious. Worried, scared, and doubtful. I don't know why. I don't know where this came from. However, it wasn't taken to the nth degree, at least, not yet. But we'll get there. A lot of people say this warrior Toby persona started in season 5 in Toby's discovery. But I call bullshit on that. He was scared in that episode because he was in a scary situation. Characters are allowed to get scared when they're put in scary situations. That's how a story builds tension, when the audience POV character is put in a setting that we're not familiar with. It's when being scared becomes their default character trait is where the problem lies. This is like saying the CGI hypochondriac Henry that we all hate started in Haunted Henry because Henry was scared in that episode too. It's illogical reasoning, in my opinion, looking for something that isn't really there. This new warrior Toby persona, in my opinion, started in season 8, the first hit entertainment season, and it got worse and worse
so
over
he's
the
from
years.
the prequels,
In this
Rexy.
episode, which is called You Can Do It, Toby, Toby takes over for Edward at Wellsworth and worries constantly that he could never be a successful banker engine like him.
But I'll never be able to do Edward's job.
Yes, I do,
He's a
Felix.
proper steam engine.
This episode is pretty weak, though it's not terrible, but I do mark it as the start of this new self-conscious Toby, because he consistently acts this way in all the seasons following. But unlucky Tug, wasn't Toby worried in season 7? Doesn't that mean that was the start? No, and here is why. Toby was worried for someone else in that episode. He was upset about his friend the miller losing his windmill, and actively tried to think of ways to help him. He was still a very proactive character. Season 8 onwards, Toby is always only ever worried about himself and his own shortcomings. That's the difference.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
before
Toby's
he
Windmill is a
became
great
Darth
episode or
Vader,
anything,
yeah, he
but
was a good
I think Toby is
soul
absolutely
before he
fine in
became
it.
Darth
It's a
Vader,
nice little
Rexy.
slice of life Toby story. The remainder of Toby's model
Are you
series
still
appearances
here, Neon?
include him worrying he'll be put in a
Yes,
museum,
are you still here, Neon?
worrying all his friends don't like him because they won't help him, worrying about his shed, worrying that he doesn't look nice enough to transport Alicia Bati, you get the picture. He's a worrier now. None of this is the true Toby we saw in the earlier seasons or in the books. It's like he was swapped with a different character entirely. But I will say this. It wasn't all bad though. Sometimes glimpses of old Toby shone through. Like in Season 9's Emily Knows Best, where Toby is seen as a mentor figure to Percy again for the first time in a good long while, and where he flat out laughs at Emily.
You have to be clever to be a queen, he said wisely, and know the right thing to do. I always know what to do.
Toby laughed.
That's a good Toby moment. And probably the last time ever in the whole show Toby has ever really felt like Toby.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have heard of Captain Rex in that case, Rexy. Actually, now that I think about it, is Captain Rex who you're named after, Rexy? I wouldn't be surprised, considering that you, Electro and Lily, love Star Wars. I wouldn't be surprised at all. You consider You Can Do It, Toby, a good episode? I can see why, James. I can see why.
Toby in the model series is definitely a mixed
Yes,
bag.
it is, Mason.
But man, those first 5 seasons or so just got him so right. Even the few seasons following did him well. It's just a shame those later years kickstarted a character shift that would eventually become his default.
Your name comes from Rex, which is Latin for king. I had no idea that Rex was Latin for king. Well, you did used to be the king of, you and Lily did used to be the king and queen of, you and Lily did used to be the king and queen of Virtuous World. So the fact that your name is Rexy does make sense, I guess. And technically you... And you're technically the king and queen of the new Virtuous Worlds.
Cue the CGI series.
Is Neon still here? Neon definitely seems to have disappeared.
One of these days, I have to do a Sodor's Finest on a character where I don't dislike the CGI portrayal of them. The CGI seasons, to put it bluntly, were not very kind to Toby.
No.
They really amped up Toby being scared of things. That is quite literally the plot of every Toby-centric episode, with the exception of a couple that I will talk about in a moment. He's scared of his new whistle. He's scared of the whistling woods.
Thank
he's
you
scared
so
of going
much,
to Misty
Mason.
Island, even though he's been there
Thank
multiple
you
times
so
before.
much, Mason. That's a, I really appreciate that, Mason. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Mason. Thank you so much. I hope to see you at all my future live streams. Yeah, I hope to see you at all my future live streams. Thank you so much, Mason. Very kind of you. Oh, you subscribed to Mason back, did you? MLP fan, cool. James the Red Engine and his waifus. Oh, God. The why my name is to show that you're an infant compared to your past life. No, you're not an infant. You're not an infant, Rexy. You're just younger. You're not an infant, Rexy. You're just younger. But your name used to be Rex, did it? But your name was Rex in your past life, was it? Cool. Exactly like Rex of the Arsdale Railway.
Fire with no issue. He's scared of Knapford Junction out of nowhere. How many
Based on
goddamn times
River
have you been to
Rest.
Knapford, Toby? Why are you scared of it now, all of a sudden? He's scared of working with Hannah. He's scared of crossing the rickety old bridge. And then he's scared of crossing the walking bridge. Well, I guess I don't blame him on that one. Just like Henry in CGI, I have absolutely no idea where this petrified warrior persona came from and why they kept doing it over and over again. Who decided this? Why do they keep coming back to it? Even everyone's favorite head writer, Andrew Brenner, who claimed Toby is one of his favorite characters,
For the episode
defaulted
Gordon
to
and
writing
Ferdinand.
Toby as a wibbling coward.
I can't see.
Don't eat me!
I kind of understand.
I just don't understand it. He was never like this in the books
James.
or in the early model seasons. Toby always felt like an afterthought in
I see.
CGI.
Oh.
Almost like they gave him an episode every year because they had to. Because he's in the theme song. Not really because they wanted to. That's what it feels like to me. He also never has any sort of important role in any of the movies.
He told Toby he was too old.
A good few of them he doesn't even appear in at all. It never felt like they ever had a solid idea. He doesn't even appear in movies.
He told Toby.
I don't remember Natford Junction had all those switches and detours. Well, Natford Junction is actually pretty big, Rexy.
He was too old.
A good few of them he doesn't even appear in at all.
Cool,
It
Mr.
never
George
felt like
Clooney.
they ever had a solid idea of to. That's what it feels like to me. He also never has any sort of important role in any of the movies.
He told Toby he was too old.
A good few of them he doesn't even appear in at all. It never felt like they ever had a solid idea of what to do with Toby, so they kept defaulting to the warrior scared persona. It's like a sick, ongoing joke in this show, that when they can't think of something to do with a character, they just
Again,
make them
understandable,
scared or
James.
self-conscious.
I just,
Also see Henry.
Also understandable. Says nothing more than his catchphrase. Yeah, well, hilariously bad, understandable. Only seen Natford from the mouth of the station, from the front of the station. Again, I do understand, Rexy, I do understand.
It's like a sick, ongoing joke in this show, that when they can't think of something to do with a character, they just make them scared or self-conscious. Also see Henry, see Edward, see Percy, see Scarloey. Like, goddamn, I'd rather them just not use the character that season if they can't think of anything better. I feel like I'm repeating myself a bit from the Henry video here, because these two pretty much have the same unfortunate degradation. Scared of the most inane things.
A cow?
However, there is one element of Toby in CGI that I absolutely adore. Something that totally separates him from the rest of the characters. And that's Henrietta. In Season 18, Henrietta reappeared with a face and a voice of her very own. Giving
She
Henrietta
never had
a face and making her an actual character to interact
never
with
had a
Toby
face in the
was
model
the
series
best
prior-
thing
or-
they could have
or
done
any
for him.
season
And
prior
was
to
one of the
season
best changes
18.
in the CGI series made, in my opinion. I love these two together. They're like an old married couple.
I can see, I do... I can see what you mean, but unlucky, but Railway Series Toby and Model Series Toby would not be scared of, Natford Junction whatsoever, Rexy. That's, Unlucky Tug's point.
Always bickering. Toby complaining about something
How come,
and
Jacob?
Henrietta nagging him. Their on-screen relationship is just so endearing. They remind me so much of a grandma and grandpa that banter with each other and know exactly what the other is going to say, always.
Well, don't forget about
I
those
do
side
see what you
plates.
mean, James.
You don't want any bits falling off.
But there is a warmness between them that is very, very apparent. These two really need each other.
See what you mean,
Toby needs
Jeffy.
Henrietta to give him confidence when he's feeling down, and Henrietta needs Toby to go out and see the world around her. Literally. A true partnership. The episode, The Truth About Toby, is one of the few good exceptions I mentioned earlier that I want to talk about. This episode, while very dumb, the plot is about the engines all believing Toby is being scrapped, and none of them do anything to stop it. Really great friends Toby has. It totally solidified Henrietta as an actual character for me.
My Toby is in fine shape.
Her and Toby...
You didn't say he was scared, you said he was cautious. Oh, okay. Yeah. Being cautious, I do understand. Maybe Toby wasn't actually being scared in an episode, he was just being cautious. We'll see.
Toby's dynamic is at their strongest here, in my opinion.
Oh, Toby, I was waiting for you.
Yes, Henrietta, I know you did, and you were right. Sorry.
Find yourself somebody that looks at you the way Henrietta looks at Toby.
Henrietta!
Toby!
Henrietta!
Another pretty good CGI Toby appearance is in the same season, in the episode Den and Dart, where Toby steps in and helps train a worried Den who is stepping in for Mavis at the quarry. It's really nice seeing Toby trying to lift someone up who's feeling down for once, instead of the other way around. Toby's new friend from season 20 is pretty okay. It's more a decent Philip episode than a Toby one if you ask me. Toby is kind of a curmudgeon in this, but at least he's not a coward, so whatever, I'll take it. Heart of Gold, which is a Bubba episode written by fellow fan Michael White, I would say is a decent episode, although it still suffers from Toby being very self-conscious and worrying about what some rude visitors say about him behind his back.
Doesn't even look like an engine.
You're right. He looks like he belongs in a museum.
It doesn't feel like Toby to me. Real Toby would have just rolled his eyes at them. But I won't deny Toby has a pretty awesome chase sequence in it. Toby chasing after thieves in the night is really cool. The first time the character has done something on any sort of epic scale in years. CGI Toby isn't all bad, just mostly bad. He has his moments, but I never really felt like any of the writers from any of the CGI eras fully or truly understood the character. If you ask me, the only standout element of CGI Toby is the fact Henrietta is actually a character, and the two have a very sweet on-screen relationship. I think most people will agree with me that CGI Henrietta is the best portrayal of the character in all of the franchise's history.
Rexy, if you're still here, once this video's finished, I'd like to just quickly show you River-esque, the character who, the Thomas character who, and Rex, the Thomas character who I'm often reminded of when I see your name. Chubby little cubby with black dead eyes.
I suppose it wouldn't be a Sodor's finest if I didn't tell you all this character's journey has been turbulent, because Toby's definitely has been. He's had more bad seasons.
Yes, Saphira. Welcome. Yes, Saphira. River-esque is the name of a locomotive that that the Thomas character Rex is based on, and whenever I think of Rex. And whenever I see Rexy's name, I often think of Rex.
Than good, unfortunately. But those seasons where they get Toby right, boy, do they get him right. When it comes to choosing one of the three eras,
Cool,
I mean, come on, you all know what I'm going to pick.
Cool, Mr.
Give
George.
me the funny old man from the Railway series. There are a number of model series Toby episodes that I love. Toby's Discovery and Toby and the Flood are some of my favorites ever, and I absolutely adore his relationship with Henrietta in CGI. But there's no denying that the wise old neutral agent of chaos in the books is the definitive Toby, with many, many years of history and lore behind him. He is a character that, over the years, has sort of faded away from the spotlight. He's kind of schlubby, old-fashioned, a little weird-looking, kind of a square, and maybe somewhat forgettable. But that's the point. Toby's true character never craves the spotlight. In the modern world we live in, where everyone is obsessed with self-image, Twitter clout, hot takes, ratioing, and subscriber counts, Toby's humbleness is something worth championing.
Yeah, I do kind of see Odd as, oh my god, the more I think about it, the more I realise that Odd is, and Victor Vincent as well for that matter, are like Toby. They can be funny and they're funny. They know how to get a laugh out of people, and they're young at heart and young physically, but they're very wise for their age. Yeah, I definitely consider Odd and Victor to be Toby's. Yeah, Odd and Victor are definitely Toby's in my opinion. Yeah, I definitely compare Odd and Victor to Toby.
He is absolutely content in his little corner of the world.
Yes, he is a square. Yes, he is a square train, Saphira. He is square. Yes, he is square, Saphira. Claimed an epiphany. Yes, Victor. Yes, I have claimed an epiphany. I don't know. I know you are, Saphira, I know. But Odd and Victor are only in their 20s, and I consider them to be a lot wise. But I consider them to have the wisdom of... I consider them, Odd and Victor, to have someone who... to have the wisdom of people in their 50s. I really do admire Odd and Victor's wisdom, even though they're young physically and young at heart, just like Toby.
Completely fine with who he is. And I think all of us should strive to be more like him.
I think I may have accidentally called you Victor, Saphira. I'm not sure, but I think I might have. I'm sorry. I did mean Saphira. Toby's bell end square like his face. I would not be surprised if that were the case, James. Just flavor crisps. Oh yeah, I remember you. I remember you saying that before, James.
Toby! Wake up, Toby! The mail has just arrived! You've been saved by the Northwestern Railway!
Oh, in the bushes. This is pretty awesome, this scene here. Toby, oh Toby, show them what you can do. The world's much nicer whenever we see you. Toby, oh Toby, there's so much to learn from you. Oldies but goldies.
That's a good engine. Welcome to Sodor. I know you'll be a credit to my rail.
North of the island there is a near old train. A little tram engine, Toby is his name. Quaint and old-fashioned, but careful at once. So is Henrietta, and she's seen better days. The Fat Controller had written to say, could they please come and help right away? Now they're part of his family forever. Oh, Toby's vocal theme is so good, and I will be playing it at the end of this stream. I don't know why I didn't play it earlier in this. I don't know why I didn't think to play it at the beginning of this stream, like I did with James's vocal song and Harold's as well. If you see Electro in his human form, you'll be able to see what his wisdom is. I kind of already know what it is, Victor. I'm sorry, Saphira. The reason I keep calling you Victor, Saphira, is because when I see the V when I see the VT in your name, I instantly think of Victor. But yeah, as I said, Saphira, Electro has showed off his wisdom in the past. Electro has shown off his wisdom in the past. It's cool. Indeed, Gage, indeed. But if Rexy's still here, I would now like to show him Rex, the character who I always think of when I when I see his name. To be honest, it is Saphira. I've gotten so many names. I often get Neon and Electro's names mixed up. Sometimes I get Odd and Victor's names mixed up. Sometimes I mix up James and Odd's names, and James and Electro's names, and James and Neon's names. Yes, I do mix up a lot of names. Yes, Rexy, I do. The character of Rex from the Arsdale Railway locomotive. Oh, hey, Neon, welcome back. Is it electric? Whoosh! It's Toby. Shh! You've offended him. Great to see you again, Neon.
Nice to see you, Neon.
Yeah, it is nice to see you again, Neon. Peppa Pig, yes. I know, James, I know you are. But yeah, this is, But yes, Rexy, this is the character who I often think of when I, hear your name. Rex, one of the Arsdale Railway engines on Sodor, one of the 15-inch gauge engines. And this is the engine Rex is based on, River-esque, from the Ravenglass and Esdale Railway. This is Rex's basis, River-esque. Yeah, all their names, all of the Arsdale Railways, and all of the Ravenglass and Esdale Railway, which the Arsdale Railway is based on, all of the characters' names are derived from the names of the real engine. So River Might kind of sounds like Mike, River Ert kind of sounds like Bert, and River-esque kind of sounds like Rex, doesn't it? Yeah, it is indeed. Mainly because I'm not a fan of the animation and the voice acting, Mason. But yeah, Rexy, this is who I often think of when I hear your name. If you were a steam train, Rexy, I'm sure you'd be kind of like Rex, especially given that you're a lot smaller than most dragons.
It is indeed me, Neon.
Yeah, he is here. Exactly, Rexy. Same with Rex, the Arsdale engine. River Earth and Ernie. Is that a Gordon clone? Exactly, Rexy. No, it isn't, Neon. No, it isn't, Neon. Yeet! Rex's personality. Well, I think he's, I think Rex is hang on. I think Rex's main flaw is that he's quite overconfident. Rex's main flaw is that he's quite overconfident. And his overconfidence is what led to his accident in his starring role story, Useful Railway. SpongeBob the Builder. I see a big green engine. I either think of Gordon or the Scotsman. Understandable. Understandable, Neon. Like the tactical droid from Star Wars, I suppose. Rexy. God, I almost called you Neon. Jesus. You don't know the Willow franchise too well? Okay. Rex's name is derived from his basis, River-esque. Yep. Exactly. That's what I just said. Playful green miniature engine with a strong sense of humour. A hard worker and a natural leader. But he is overconfident at times. And of course Mike thinks that he's the leader. A little wound up, Generally kind-hearted and friendly. Also because they are droid cool. River-esque isn't green currently. Currently River-esque is painted black. But when the Small Railway Engines book was written, where the Arsdale Railway made its debut, River-esque was painted green. Standard green Rivy. In a red outline, cool. 50 minimum gauge. So this is Mike. Mike is basically of the exact same class as Rex. 280. 15-inch gauge 280. Hello, Gage. Would you like to say to me? Much less stubborn than the Tactical T-Series droid. Cool. Never even heard of it, Mason. Ugh. When I went on the Ravenglass and Estelle Railway in 2016, I remember being pulled by River Might. Yeah, I was pulled by River Might when I went to the Ravenglass and Estelle Railway. This is River Might right here, Mike's basis. Spider Pig. Spider Pig does whatever Spider Pig does. Okay, I do know that line from The Simpsons, even though I'm not the biggest fan of The Simpsons. Bert is somehow portrayed as a 482 mountain class here, like Hercules and Samson, even though in reality and in the books, he's an 082. Watched Fandango last night. Never heard of that, actually, Neon. Oh. I'm definitely gonna need to end the stream in 20 minutes, guys. I'm tired and I'm also feeling drunk because I had a second cider. Sugarland Express. Cool. Felt like a correlation. Oh, crap. Thank you, Mason. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad to hear that too. You're drinking right now, are you, Neon? Nice. What are you drinking? I felt like having 2 ciders tonight, so I haven't had 2 ciders on stream for a while, but I have just now. Exactly, Neon. I have had 2 ciders tonight as well, 'cause Friday. Ugh. I do feel drunk at the moment. And I'm tired. My head feels kind of heavy. But I feel good, though. Tipsy Daisy. To be honest, Rexy, I'm not going to be surprised if I'm Tipsy Daisy in the morning. I'm feeling quite Tipsy Daisy at the moment. Well, I've had Thatcher's Gold Somerset cider. Thatcher's Gold Somerset cider is what I have, Neon. Remind me, is that what you have, Neon? Do you have Thatcher's Gold? Thank you, Mason. Fine, Rooney. Alright. Absolutely, James. Minus. Yes, I do remember that, James. Right, for the last... Right, we'll go back on... We'll drive Toby again for the last 20 minutes of this stream, as I said we would, guys. Minus. Cool, let's do this. Toby the cow engine. Ah, shit! Oh, I almost ran Henrietta off the tracks. Toby the cow engine. Sounds like a YTP name. Ah, shit! And Henrietta's derailed. Oh, dear. Perhaps... What funny name could we give Nunu? So, Winky Tinky, Dipshit, Law, and Pots. We'll call Nunu Noodles. Because because as a kid I always thought that Nunu was... As an infant, I always thought Nunu was called Noodles. Yeah, that's what we'll call... That's the funny name we'll give Nunu, Noodles. You are very good to Electra, I'm sure. You're calling Neon Neos as well, are you, Saphira? Nice. You must know he likes that name, or Electro likes calling them that name. And Toby's derailed again. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I know of is in Sheffield. Oh yeah, that's what the tram, that's what the Sheffield trams are called, aren't they, Neon? The super tram. I remember going on the Sheffield trams when I was in when I went to the Midlands with my dad, when I took a trip on the Midland Main Line. I also remember going on the Nottingham trams on the same trip. Winky Tinky, Dipshit and Pot. Super tram. Yeah, I know, James, I know. For me to him for the first time. I know you do, Saphira, I know. Understandable. I'm sure he appreciates it, though. First film I ever saw in theatres. The first one I ever remember watching was the Star Wars Clone Wars film. But I didn't enjoy it. But I didn't enjoy it at all. I just wasn't interested, and so my dad took me out halfway through. That's the first one I remember seeing, Mason. Yes, he does. Yes, he does, Saphira. Tinky Winky did a stinky. Nunu gets his own spin-off TV show. Oh. Oh. That would be interesting. That would admittedly be interesting. That does sound like it would have potential, Jacob. I agree, it is a beautiful name. I wonder if Saphira could perhaps one day meet Queen Saphira. I wonder if Saphira and Queen Saphira could meet. No problem, Neil, no problem. But make sure you're back in 15 minutes, because we will be ending in 15 minutes. Yes, that is true, Saphira. He has a close bond with Dragon Lord Ember. Toby the Tram engine. Toby the Cow engine. Oh, I ran into Edward. Oh, god damn it! Frickin' hell, Edward. Though admittedly that was my fault. Though I wasn't looking where I was going. Jesus. Thank you, Mason. Thank you so much. You're very kind. An immature variant of myself. Yeah. I know I've heard she's quite immature. But I do get why Neon likes her. Ow. Sorry, Percy. Wouldn't be surprised if he did, Jacob. I know, but I like Toby. I like the fact that Toby can go a lot faster than he can in the actual actually. Toby the Cow engine. Toby the Cow engine bullies Upsy Daisy. Spilled as much blood as you have. I thought she would have spilled more blood than you. I thought she would have spilled more blood than you, given that, given that you're a lot more civilized than her. But I guess that, not all disputes can be resolved peacefully after all. She fights with undisciplined fighting techniques. I, on the other hand, with honor and determination, and that is what has me outclass Ember. And I suppose you trained Lily to fight in the same way, did you, Saphira? Cool, if so. Hang on. This one. This very nice one we heard earlier at the start of the stream. Toby the cow engine. Moo! No, not that long. No, you won't go on that long at all, Neon. We've still got 10 minutes of this stream left. Oh god, Toby's theme is so charming. Saphira's still here, by the way. Oh, Percy's blocking the track. Sorry, Percy, I'm gonna have to leave you. There are ways to fight without fighting. I'm keep start playing them before defeating them. Ah, so is that how you fight without actually harming that person? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. I see, Saphira. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Are you off now, Ethan? Thank you for coming. See you soon. Yeah, I agree. Mr. George really is nice. Nah, not now. I'll be back. What the hell's Edward been doing with all these trucks? What the hell's happened here? Whatever will they do, and where will they go? There's Harold before you conquer. Suddenly news came to brighten up there. Oh shit, Percy! Oh no! God damn it, Percy! When in a desperate situation, yeah, of course. Sometimes you just have to. Not all disputes can be resolved peacefully, after all. Hang on, I'm going to turn this down a bit. Damn it, Percy! Yes, indeed, Gage, indeed. Toby the cow eng. Ding, 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 ding. Meow mix, please deliver. Then suddenly Percy. No, it wasn't that good. It wasn't that good, Saphira. There's been a bit of a train crash with Percy. Then suddenly Percy. Yes, Leon, yes. Suddenly Percy. Suddenly pineapples. From ASTF movie. Suddenly pineapples. I am depressed. Suddenly pineapples. This does not help. Yeah, Percy indeed. Toby the axolot engine. Suddenly Percy found that he could stop. Oh, I think I died. I really want to find out where the name of that YouTube poop where that line came from, James. That he could stop. Unfortunately not, Saphira. You've got to defeat him if you want you've got to defeat him, delete him if you, and then respawn him again. A bottle of rum! Dirty Cole. What the hell's this?
Toby. It was a
fuck up. It would be greatly appreciated. You're holding.
He's frozen me. Don't call me Dirty Percy. Naughty's nautical nonsense. Exactly, Mason, exactly. Understandable, Mason. You wouldn't understand it, Saphira. It's basically a YouTube poop. No, I don't think it's a TRXN YouTube poop, James. It's basically taking an episode of a TV show, film, etc., and then editing the hell out of it. Saphira, that's basically all you need to know about YouTube poops. Oh, this looks... Oh, no, actually it doesn't. Cranky buggers off. Oh, Thunderbird.
Lay it to me!
Vanish light.
Percy takes a shit. Percy's diarrhea crunch. Trying to enjoy myself tonight, but you feel unable to. I'm so sorry to hear that, Neon. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Why aren't you enjoying yourself? Cranky buggers the frig off. Blows up when gets to the station. I do remember the YTP that's from, James. It's from a YTP called Thomas the Tank. You're wondering that yourself, are you? Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear that either way, Neon. Oh, that's the process of, taking individual filmed clips and, cutting them into, like, a proper, TV show episode or a film. Anyway, it's almost 10:30 now. I do need to end the stream very soon. But as this stream has partially been themed to Toby, well, and Australian Railways as well, of course. Yeah, alright, understandable. Saphira, understandable. Everybody do the flop. No creativity comes to mind, which usually helps me cope. Have you had a bad day then, in that case, Neon? I'm very sorry to hear that if so. Exactly, McJeffy. D is for Dirty Percy. Don't call me Dirty Percy! Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that, Neon. Why are you feeling drained today? I'm so sorry to hear that. Anyway, guys, I definitely need to end the stream in a minute. Ooh! Oh, I thought it'd gone up to 5.6 as soon as I pressed like. Oh, well. But yeah, I do need to end the stream pretty much now. But I thought that as this stream has partially been themed to Toby, and I can't believe I didn't play this song, I didn't sing this song at the beginning of the stream when I should have. Why are they considering it season 25? It's not. But anyway, I figured that the best way to end this stream would be to play the vocal Toby song from, Dirty Thomas, Crazy Frog. Oh, God. No, Crazy Frog. Almost every... Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear that you're always so depressed. I really do wish I could help you get over your drained creativity and depression, Neon. I'm very sorry. I really do hope I could help get you over it with your drained creativity and such. No, I'm not, Mason. I do these live streams every week. I do these live streams every Friday, Mason. with occasional bonus ones. But yeah, mostly I do them every Friday, Mason. I will be doing one next week. Dirty Toby. Don't call me Dirty Toby. Thomas Percy and the overused Dirty Percy joke. Exactly. That should be a YTP name for Thomas Percy and the Squeak. P is for poop. You don't normally hug others? Oh, that's kind of a shame, Saphira. I really do feel you should hug others more. It's nice to give hugs. Because it was, Neon. It was supposed to be made to feel like a disaster film episode with the dam breaking and the river overflowing and such. Understandable, Neon, understandable. As he rumbled over the bridge, Thomas jumped, jumps upwards and then crashes down on top of James and they both explode. Let's hear it, Jacob. Thank you so much, Mason, thank you. I understand. I know, Saphira, I know. Well, you've given him a virtual hug at least. Can't exactly hug him physically. While we wait to hear Jacob's joke, for Dirty Train, don't call me Dirty Train Lover 16. Yeah, definitely must have done. A very well-made episode. The model work in Toby and the Flood is absolutely excellent, Neon. Definitely one of the best episodes of Season 5. Anyway, guys, as I said, to end this stream, and I regret not playing this song at the beginning of the stream, I will now play you all the Toby song, the Toby's vocal song, to close this stream. Hope you all enjoy. And I'll sign off properly now while this song's playing. Cool. Exactly. Toilet paper sandwich. You definitely should, James. You absolutely should. Yum. Yeah, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. So, yeah, you did indeed, Neon. Yeah, thank you for coming to tonight's stream, everyone. It wasn't as fun as I'd hoped, but I still had a lot of fun tonight. I do wish that Oz and Victor had been here for longer tonight. Fingers crossed, though. I'm glad that Odd came at all, but fingers crossed he will be here for a lot longer at next week's stream. Fingers crossed he will be at next week's stream for a lot longer. Gag reflex after hearing toilet paper sandwich. Cool, Neon, cool. You're welcome, Saphira. Interesting, James. Yeah, see you next time, Gage. Hopefully, Odd and Victor will be on for a lot longer next week. I'm really looking forward to next week's stream, guys. I hope to see you all then. Thanks again so much for watching, guys. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16, if you haven't already. How come, James? Anyway, Squib with the tank engine. Yeah, exactly, James. Yeah, see you next week, guys. I hope to see you again soon at some point, Saphira. It was very nice to see you here. I hope to see you again at some point. I know I won't see you again for a while, but I do hope to see you again at some point. And again, I do hope to see that the Dragonettes of Destiny will come to this stream, to one of my streams at some point. To see the Dragonettes of Destiny at my stream at some point, and I do hope that Electro will eventually get to travel through a vortex to Pytheria to meet them. Goodbye, Saphira. Very nice to meet you. Bye-bye, everyone. I know, James, I know. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's a little bit late. That's a little bit loud. I need to turn that off. I know, Mason, I know. Well, thanks again so much for watching, guys. Hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone! Oh, hang on, guys. Hang on, guys. I'm not going to end the stream just yet. Someone else needs to say goodbye first. Yeah, it is indeed the end. Somebody else needs to say goodbye first, though.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Yes, of course, Spyro had to say goodbye first before I could properly end the stream. But yeah, as I said, guys, thanks again so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And I will see you all in my next video. Bye, everyone!